People in fairy tale, I'm very sorry, I am indeed the mastermind behind the scenes. Chapter 2. 99.8%, 99.9%, 100%. The system started successfully, and the most powerful puppet system is at your service. Lin Cheng, who was doing laundry, looked at the system panel in his mind with surprise. The most powerful puppet system. Host, Lin Cheng. Doll, none. Sentiment value, 0. Skills, doll summoning, doll recovery, no CD for close range recovery, 72 hours CD for long range recovery. There is one chance to draw the initial doll. Although I have known that I have a golden finger a long time ago. And I also know that sooner or later, my golden finger will be successfully activated. However, at the moment when the activation was successful, Lin Cheng was still a little excited. Lin Cheng is a time traveler and has been in the world of fairy tale for a year. One of Lin Cheng's few hobbies before time travel was watching anime. Lin Cheng has been following the anime fairy tale since he was in school, so he knows it very well. The time point that Lin Cheng traveled through was a point in time when the main storyline of fairy tale had already begun. It is not the feudal social atmosphere of 400 years ago. At the current point in time, the fairy tale world can actually be considered a modern social atmosphere, and information spreads very quickly. Therefore, Lin Cheng easily learned the information about the world he traveled through. Fairy tale. A world full of friendship and ignorant love that makes people yearn for just watching anime. The heroic Urza, the lively and lovely Lucy, and the pretty and lovely Wendy. Myra Jane, who is somewhat sinister, Mavis and Irene, who are pitiful and regrettable, each one has its own story, and each story can make people cry, or maybe a little moved to tears. It's an exaggeration, but Lin Cheng really put his emotions into it. If you just look at it from a god's perspective, then fairy tale is indeed a great story. Only when Lin Cheng got involved personally did he realize how terrifying the fairy tale world really was. When I first crossed over, there was no golden finger in Linkhung, and it was really difficult for someone who was unfamiliar with the place. In fact, let alone traveling to a strange world, even if you don't travel and don't give you anything, just throwing you into a strange country would probably be quite embarrassing. The world of fairy tale is not a safe world. Otherwise, Urza wouldn't have been captured as a slave when she was a child. Lin Cheng, have you finished washing? Once you're done washing, come directly over for dinner. Before Lin Cheng could continue thinking, a slightly crisp voice came from behind Lin Cheng. I saw a girl with long light brown hair, wearing clothes with a simple atmosphere, standing behind Lin Cheng, and next to him stood a chick with a big head and a small body. Haha, it's coming soon. Lin Cheng looked at the girl and the special chick next to the girl, with a smile on his face and said, "This is the last piece of clothing, Iclea and Meng Meng, you go and eat first." The girl's name is Iclea, and the special chick's name is Meng Meng. Lin Cheng, who has watched the movie version of Fairy Tale, knows that Iclea and Meng Meng are the important heroines in the official movie version of Phoenix Miko character. One of the few characters in the fairy tale world who existed in the present world 400 years ago. Meng Meng was a special creation created by Iclea when she was alone. A life with a personality and a soul. A year ago, when Lin Cheng was confused about what to do, it was the chick created by Iclea who was vaguely invited and finally taken in by Iclea. Let me help Lin Cheng wash it together. After Meng Meng heard Lin Cheng's answer, she fluttered her little wings and flew in front of Lin Cheng, helping Lin Cheng wash clothes together. In 1 year, the relationship between Lin Cheng and Meng Meng progressed very smoothly. He has become a very good friend. As for Iclea, it is just a familiar stranger. Because of some experiences in the past, Iclea does not particularly want to have new friends. As an immortal, she no longer wants to experience gaining and losing precious companions. This is why, even though they have been living together for a year, the relationship between Lin Cheng and Iclea is almost non-existent. Reason for a little progress. Well, I'll go back first. After you finish washing your clothes, come back for dinner as soon as possible. Igleia looked at Lin Cheng and Meng Meng, who were making a fuss. The expression on her face didn't change much. She turned around and left without saying anything more. Sorry, Lin Cheng. Meng Meng looked at Igleia's decisive departure and smiled apologetically at Lin Cheng, saying, Igleia is always like this. Fine. Haha, no matter what, Meng Meng and Igleia are my saviors. Lin Cheng looked at Meng Meng, who looked a little apologetic, but didn't care. He smiled and said, if Meng Meng and Igleia hadn't taken me in, I might not be what I am now. It's a familiar yet unfamiliar world, penniless, and the laws are not sound. Lin Cheng really doesn't have the confidence to survive in this world until the moment when Goldfinger awakens. Chapter 3. Ding. Drawing a doll for the first time, 100% critical hit. Congratulations to the host for getting the doll, Pedicaius Romani Conti accessory doll. Sea-level doll, Witch Cult Sloth Cult Fingertips. X10. D-class dolls, followers of the Witch Cult and the Sloth Cult. It is worth mentioning here that the levels of dolls are divided into 7 levels, SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, and D. However, the division of these 7 levels is not a division of strong and weak power, but a division of cultivation potential, and dolls of each level can be cultivated. As long as there are enough resources, it is not impossible to cultivate D-class dolls into dolls that are more powerful than SSS-class dolls, but the resources required are unusually high. C-class and D-class dolls are dolls with no training value. B-level and A-level dolls are dolls that can be cultivated. If you invest corresponding resources, you can get considerable returns. The S-level to SSS level dolls are more outrageous. The A-level evaluation of Sloth Archbishop is considered pretty good here. Although his strength is more than 1 level weaker than the many strong players who appeared in ReZero, his potential is indeed not bad. Evaluated by the system as a doll that can be cultivated. The doll can be controlled by Lin Cheng's consciousness, and can also be set to artificial intelligence mode. Apart from being absolutely loyal to Lin Cheng, its actions and thinking are not much different from those of me. Are C-class and D-class dolls also given away? However, in the original work, these C-class heads and D-class dolls are just trash and seem to be of little use. Huddled under the covers, Lin Cheng recalled the scene in ReZero before he traveled through time. Although the Sloth Archbishop and his disciples appeared as the final boss of ReZero Season 1, and caused the original protagonist Natsuki Subaru to die many times, their hard power is not that incredible. Among them, those believers are even more cut off. Now that we have the Sloth Master doll and many cannon fodder dolls, we must have some ability to protect ourselves in the fairy tale world, but Lin Cheng is not very clear about how much self-preservation power we have. The combat power in the fairy tale world is still very exaggerated. The combat power system in the ReZero world is probably the top group, which can be seen. For example, the ceiling of combat power, Son of the World, Sword Master Reinhardt. Boom! Just when Lin Cheng was gradually thinking and feeling sleepy under the covers, a violent explosion sound came directly over. The violent explosion sound instantly made Lin Cheng's already somewhat confused sleep disappear. What's wrong? What happened? Meng Meng, who had fallen asleep, was also awakened by the violent explosion. He fluttered his little wings around the room in a panic. Something seems not quite right. Compared to the somewhat panicked Meng Meng, Igleia's mood and expression were much calmer. Lying by the window, Igleia looked at the dim firelight in the distance and the faint sound of crying. His face looked a little unsightly, and he said, "I'm afraid I can't stay in this city any longer." Abominable magician! Lin Cheng, get up and leave. With that said, Igleia quickly stood up. Without packing up all the things in the room, she just walked out of the door with Meng Meng. For some special reasons, Clea didn't like magicians, so usually the cities you choose to settle in are basically remote areas without magicians or magician guilds. Similarly, it is precisely because of the remoteness and lack of magicians that such cities are almost undefended. After all, no matter how remote it is, there are still a lot of people, and the fairy tale world is still a relatively prosperous society. The local area may have a sound system comparable to modern society, but in remote areas, that is not possible. Hey, don't you want to take something with you? Bring some food and water. Lin Cheng looked at Clea, who was about to leave with empty hands, and was a little speechless. You know, the area around here is a desert. Leaving without taking anything is completely looking for death. Well, for normal people, in other words, he was seeking death. Meng Meng was not a life in the true sense. Clea had obtained an alternative form of immortality and was not considered a normal person. At this time, Lin Cheng finally understood why in the original movie version, Clea will eventually meet the original protagonist team in a starved state. Because there are 111 dolls headed by the lazy archbishop in the system backpack, Lin Cheng is relatively calm and not in a hurry. He quickly packed some food and water and quickly followed. Of course, Lin Cheng didn't forget to do something while leaving. Lin Cheng summoned 3D class puppets, the witch cult followers, and headed towards them. He rushed towards the direction of the explosion. Lin Cheng could share the puppet's vision, and Lin Cheng could observe what happened through the puppet. Chapter 4. As for the placement of the dolls, Lin Cheng can freely release the doll within a radius of 1 kilometer, so no one will discover the connection between the doll and himself. In the future, Ling Kung can further upgrade the distance at which the dolls are released through emotional values. The explosions continued. Lin Cheng, Clea, and Meng Meng quickly left the town, so they were not affected by the chaos in the town. Clea, where shall we go next? Meng Meng flapped his little wings and flew in the air. The expression on his face was quite calm. For Meng Meng, this is not the first time he has experienced something similar. Before meeting Lin Cheng, basically Clea, if you settle in a remote small town for a few years, you will have all kinds of troubles. In this world, if a town does not have enough power to protect itself, then fairy tale will always be at the mercy of others. This is not a peaceful world. Dark things are everywhere in corners that cannot be seen in the original work. As usual. After hearing Meng Meng's inquiry, Clea said calmly, find another town where there are no magicians to live. As she spoke, Clea took out a map from her arms, which marked the distribution of towns in the nearby area. Most of the towns are governed by the Magisters Guild, and only a few are particularly poor. There are no Magisters Guilds in the towns, and these towns without Magisters Guilds are the targets of Clea. Is it a little far? The nearest impoverished town to our place is at least 5 days away. Looking at Clea and Meng Meng, who had normal expressions, Lin Cheng's mouth twitched slightly and said, because the incident happened suddenly, I just took a little bit of food. Even if the 3 of us save some food, I'm afraid we can only eat for 2 days. Lin Cheng calculated the food he carried. Because he was walking in a hurry, Lin Cheng didn't take much, just some bread and some water. It was not suitable for 5 consecutive days of high-intensity travel. However, before Lin Cheng could say anything more, Lin Cheng's expression changed slightly. Ding! D-class doll destroyed. Ding! D-class doll destroyed. Ding! The D-class doll was destroyed. Just for a moment, the vision of the 3 dolls that appeared in Lin Cheng's mind went black. It can be seen that it was destroyed at the same moment, and until the doll was destroyed, Lin Cheng did not observe any valuable information. There was a lot of crying and shouting in the town, which was too chaotic. And it's not just the towns that have problems. Before Lin Cheng could say anything, a slightly eerie voice came from the hillside not far away. How many fish have slipped through the net? I knew that jackals would not be too meticulous in their work. Under the bright moonlight, what caught the eye was a woman with a voluptuous figure. Her face was similar to a helmet, with only her eyes and mouth exposed. At this moment, the exposed corners of this woman's mouth were raised slightly, giving people a look. A strange, dangerous feeling. Damn it! Looking at the woman who appeared within his sight, Lin Cheng's expression was a little ugly. How could Lin Cheng, who had read the original novel, not recognize who the woman in front of him was? There are 3 most powerful guilds in the Dark Mage Guild, 6 demon generals, Devil's Heart and Gate of Hades. And the woman in front of her is the leader of the 9 Ghost Gates, the most powerful fighting force in the Gate of Hades, the strengthened demon, Xing Lishan Quanghua. This enhanced demon is very powerful from the setting up, allowing itself to continuously break through its limits, with almost unlimited enhancement, becoming stronger every moment, every minute, and every second. In fact, before the emergency, Lin Cheng was thinking about the emotional value. And he already had some ideas about harvesting emotional value, but just to be on the safe side, Lin Cheng wanted to take a long-term approach. Unexpectedly, as soon as I had some preliminary ideas, this unexpected situation occurred. With no other choice, Lin Cheng had no choice but to bite the bullet. Without any hesitation, Lin Cheng went directly to a relatively hidden corner not far away and summoned all the A-level dolls he had drawn previously, the lazy archbishop and his attached dolls. Act out slowly according to the initially imagined script. Looking at Quanghua, who seemed not to take action immediately, Lin Cheng's mind started to work quickly. A fish that slipped through the net. Igleia is not like Lin Cheng, who knows all the information about this strange woman in front of her. After hearing Quanghua's words, she frowned deeply and said, "The explosion in the town just now was caused by you. Did you do it?" Sure enough, magicians are all a bunch of garbage whose thoughts are devoured by selfish desires after they gain power. As she said that, Igleia's face clearly showed an expression of disgust. Magician. After Quanghua heard Igleia's words, he laughed softly as if he had heard something funny, and said, "We are not magicians." "Ah, look at your handsome face, we will have a lot to talk about tonight, right? It's really exciting." Looking at Igleia's beautiful face, a blush quietly appeared on Quanghua's face. Reading books on May Day is a great pleasure. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Grab a deposit now. Event time, April 29th until May 3rd. Chapter 5. P.S. The protagonist will soon be able to protect himself. Readers, don't worry. Xing Lishan Quanghua, an enhanced demon, is a guy with a habit of shaking his s. In addition to her biggest goal in life, after killing Ziraf, the ancestor of the black magicians, her second favorite hobby is enjoying the pain of others. Watching beautiful things crumble in front of him is Quanghua's second favorite thing to do. At the same time, this is also the reason why Quanghua did not take action immediately when he met Lin Cheng, Igleia, and Meng Meng. It was because he wanted to fully enjoy the despair of Lin Cheng and others. It can be said that Xing Lishan Quanghua is a complete pervert, a pretty good-looking pervert. Facing Quanghua's slightly twisted smile, Igleia was speechless for a while. Perhaps because she hates from the bottom of her heart the behavior of magicians who act recklessly and do evil as soon as they have power, so from 400 years ago until now, Igleia has never thought about learning magic and having power. Today's Igleia, apart from her immortality, is a girl who has no strength to fight against chickens. And, sometimes, death is a relief. But compared to herself, Igleia glanced at Lin Cheng next to her with some confusion. In Igleia's opinion, Lin Cheng might be in trouble today. Compared with his own specialness, Lin Cheng is just an ordinary person. If the injury is serious, it is also an ordinary person who will die. After spending a year with Lin Cheng, Igleia must have cared about Lin Cheng, but it was just because of the passing of her former friends that she had been avoiding Lin Cheng. "I don't want to be friends with Lin Cheng, and I don't want to experience the feeling of losing a friend again." Well, it's almost time. Although it is still somewhat abrupt when it appears now, there is no other way. Lin Cheng didn't notice the complicated expression on the usually paralyzed Iclea at this moment. Looking at Guanghua with a distorted expression, Lin Cheng smiled softly in his heart. So, Re-0, the Sloth Archbishop of the Witch Cult makes his debut. As Lin Cheng's inner voice fell. In Lin Cheng's sight, dozens of invisible hands that could not be seen by others, shining with dark light, stretched out towards Guanghua's location. Almost without any accident, Guanghua was caught. What? Feeling the sudden pressure on his body, Guanghua's expression suddenly changed. However, there was no chance for Guanghua to do anything. A series of dense bones shattered on Guanghua's body. Sound. Then, this was not over yet. Dozens of invisible hands directly grabbed Guanghua's almost crushed body and threw it towards the mountain not far away. Boom! It was like being hit by a truck loaded with goods, and hit the mountain hard, almost collapsing most of the mountain. Because there was really no confidence that he could control Lazy Commander to win Guanghua, Lin Cheng made the move for Lazy Commander. With all their strength, Iclea and Meng Meng were stunned by the scene that happened in front of them. They never expected that Guanghua, who looked like he was convinced of them just now, was actually fucked to pieces. Not to mention Iclea, even Lin Cheng was shocked by the scene he had caused. Is this the power of the Sin Archbishop of the Witch Cult? Lin Cheng was a little stunned until this moment. I solemnly looked at my first doll, the A-level doll Sloth Archbishop. It is true that the direct power of Lazy Archbishop in the original work is very average, but if you think about it carefully, Sloth Archbishop has been rampant in Re-0 for hundreds of years and no one can cure it. A terrible symbol. Even the father of the sword god Reinhardt, the sword demon who once defeated the previous sword master with his sword skills, could not even see the invisible hand after knowing the setting of the invisible hand. Winner of the Sloth Archbishop. How many people like Sword Demon can there be in a country? There is no doubt that most of the audience in Lin Cheng even before Lin Cheng traveled through the world would have underestimated the Lazy Archbishop. When death returns, no one can cure the Sloth Archbishop, and he will even be instantly killed because he doesn't know the existence of the invisible hand, just like the enhanced demon seeing Lishan Guanghua in front of him. The shortcoming of the hand is that it is relatively slow, but its power and concealment are absolutely unparalleled. Even if it misses, dozens of invisible hands will use force at the same time to crush Guanghua, the devil. There was no problem. The reason why Guanghua was not killed directly was because Lin Cheng's script had just begun. At this time, the emotional value on the system panel in Lin Cheng's mind was due to the series of events just now. The number of operations has exceeded 500 and is still growing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for causing violent fluctuations in emotions and gaining an emotional value of 7.5. Ding! Congratulations to the host for causing violent fluctuations in emotions and gaining an emotional value of 6.5. Ding! Congratulations to the host for causing violent fluctuations in emotions and gaining an emotional value of 95. You must know that the audience present is full of people, and there are only 3 people, Ikaya, Meng Meng, and Guanghua. Chapter 6. It really works. After seeing the Lazy Archbishop crushing Guanghua instantly and unexpectedly, Lin Cheng focused on the system panel in his mind. Just as Lin Cheng had guessed, the sudden change of position indeed aroused the emotions of the 3 people present, allowing Lin Cheng to gain a lot of emotional value. What if there were not only 3 people present, but 30, 300, 3,000 or even 30,000 people? I think the scene where the Lazy Archbishop instantly crushes Guanghua will surely shock many people and give Lin Cheng a huge amount of emotional value. However, in fact, the most perfect plan is to let Guanghua show his strength and then crush him. If one didn't know how powerful Guanghua was, the shock caused by this crushing scene would have been many times smaller. Lin Cheng was thinking. Although Guanghua's appearance looked very strong this time, he really had no chance to show his strong strength from the beginning to the end before he was sneak attacked by Lin Cheng's controller, Lazy Archbishop, who used his power. After all, facing this kind of situation where he might be in danger, Lin Cheng didn't dare to let go at all. It turned out that the controller, Commander Lazy, used a 100% invisible hand. There was no time for everyone present to reflect. In the opposite direction where Quanghua was standing, there were waves of dense footsteps. The dense footsteps directly attracted the attention of Ikaya, who was stunned and didn't know what was happening, and Quanghua, who still maintained a clear consciousness even though most of his bones were broken. Did it just crush more than 70% of the bones in my body in an instant? Who are you, this guy? Feeling the bad health, Quanghua frowned deeply. The physical pain was completely childish for Quanghua. Compared with the physical pain, Quanghua was more concerned about who was attacking him. As he spoke, Quanghua looked at the group of people standing neatly in black robes. There was also the green-haired Quanghua who stood at the front of the crowd. His expression became more ferocious. Yes. I actually forgot to say hello. This is really not diligent. This green-haired man is none other than the A-level doll summoned by Lin Cheng at the moment of encountering Quanghua, the Lazy Archbishop. After hearing Quanghua's voice, the Lazy Archbishop also used a strange expression. He replied emphatically. He unconsciously put the injured finger into his mouth and bit it. Then everyone present could clearly hear the sound of broken flesh, one after another, and the bright red blood flowed from it. The corner of Sloth Archbishop's mouth overflowed. When Iclea, who was closer, saw the scene in front of her, her mouth twitched and she wanted to say something. However, the current situation was very obvious, whether it was Quanghua not far away. This green-haired man is not a normal person. Staying quiet at this time is the wisest choice. I am the witch cult, Archbishop of Sin. Pedicaius Romani Conti, the Archbishop of Sloth. When introducing himself, Archbishop Lazy's tone suddenly became more serious than ever before. Coupled with the weird expression on Archbishop Lazy's face and the almost full madness in his eyes, the weird atmosphere almost turned up again a level. The witch cult, the Archbishop of Sin, the Archbishop of Sloth? Quanghua frowned and looked at Bishop Lazy, with a slightly serious expression on his face, and he was making wild guesses in his heart. The fighting power shown by Bishop Lazy just now was completely enough for Quanghua to take seriously. The 7 deadly sins, Quanghua still knows. The Sloth Archbishop is only one of the major sins. In other words, there are at least 6 major sin archbishops like the Lazy Archbishop. Such a power cannot be ignored, regardless of whether it is the witch cult or the major sin. The name of Sijiao or Sijiao was unfamiliar to everyone present except Lin Cheng. However, now, Sijiao was enough for them to remember completely. At this time, everyone's attention was on Lazai. As a result, no one noticed the smile in the eyes of Lin Cheng, a seemingly ordinary person. Not bad, remember it well. Wait until you die and then have a good discussion with your Pluto. Obviously, a new and powerful force has surfaced, which undoubtedly caused a lot of emotional fluctuations in everyone present, and this suspicion of the witch cult is sustainable. The demons in the Gate of Hades have the ability to be resurrected because of the special spell of Hades Maldoger. When Quanghua dies and returns, the words witch cult will most likely ferment at the Gate of Hades, bringing a new wave of emotional value gains to Lin Cheng. As for Iclea, it's just average. You don't need to think about it to know that Iclea is a person immersed in her own world and does not talk to others easily. When the emotional value is almost saved, Lin Cheng can draw new dolls. Chapter 7. Although what happened today was a bit sudden, the results were still good. Now Lin Cheng's emotional value has reached 1000 points due to the contributions of the 3 people present, and if you want to extract the doll, you only need 10,000 emotional points. Of course, the lower limit for a doll drawn with 10,000 emotion points is D level. Every time a 0 is added to the end, the minimum level will increase by 1 level. For example, the minimum level of the doll drawn from the 100,000 point emotion value lottery is C level. By analogy, 1 million points of emotional value is guaranteed to be level B, and 10 million points of emotional value is level A. Of course, even 10,000 emotional points can produce miracles. Let alone S-level dolls, you are really lucky. SSS level dolls can also be drawn with 10,000 emotional points. However, compared to such a non-existent probability, Lin Cheng prefers to guarantee the bottom line. Lin Cheng did not let the lazy archbishop stay here for a long time. Probably after letting Quanghua know some information about the witch cult, he decisively controlled the invisible hand to completely crush Quanghua to death, and finally turned into ashes and returned to the headquarters of Fuzhou and has been resurrected. Thinking about it, since the demise of the Dragon Clan 400 years ago, the Gate of Hades, which has not seen any sacrifices for hundreds of years, will definitely cause quite a stir when sacrifices occur. For this reason, Lin Cheng couldn't care less about ensuring logic. After solving the problem, he ignored it and asked the lazy archbishop to find another 9-ghost gate at the Gate of Hades, a demon with explosive spells, and the jackal to go and cause trouble. In fact, from the beginning, because everything happened so suddenly, it was difficult to make sense. Anyway, Lin Cheng didn't admit it, and no one would have thought that an ordinary person like Lin Cheng would be associated with the Sin Archbishop of the witch cult, a guy who looked very troublesome at first sight. The lazy archbishop's ability to kill in person is too strong. In the end, Jackal's fate was not much different from Quanghua's. After a slight show of presence, Jackal, like Quanghua, returned to the base camp at the Gate of Hades and was resurrected. However, after this time, some of the characteristics of the lazy archbishop will probably be discovered soon. There is no difference between the resurrection ability of Gate of Hades and Natsuki Saberu's return from death. The next time we meet again, I will know the special ability of the Sloth Archbishop. It would be impossible for the lazy archbishop to deal with 2 9-ghost sect demons in a row as easily as he did today. Lin Cheng didn't care about this. When we meet next time, Lin Cheng won't be able to only have an A-level doll like the lazy archbishop. Clatter. 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 The base camp of the Gate of Hades, a mobile fortress in the sky, on Pluto Island. A young man wearing a black trench coat and long black hair, holding a book with the word "end" in his arms, walked slowly on in the dark corridor. The pace of the black-haired man is actually not very fast, but if there are people around at this time, you will find that every step of the black-haired man is stepping on everything with unprecedented pressure. It makes people breathless. This is the actual leader of the Gate of Hades, Ziraf. Who is called the masterpiece closest to end. Maldur Gil. At this time, Maldur Gil had learned that Quanghua, the leader of the 9-ghost sect, and Jackal, a member of the 9-ghost sect, were both sent home, and was heading towards the place where the death demon was resurrected. Say it. What happened? Looking at Quanghua and Jackal who were waiting for their body structures to be completed in the training warehouse, Maldur Gil's face was unusually calm. He snapped his fingers, and a wooden throne quietly emerged. Maldur Gil leaned against the throne, waiting for the reply from Quanghua and Jackal. It's an organization called the Witch Cult. One of the so-called archbishops of Sin and priest of Sloth in that organization, Pedicaius Romani Conti, used very strange methods. It was as if there were countless pairs of invisible hands that crushed me in an instant. Quanghua's gaze dropped slightly, and he was a little afraid to look at Maldur Gil. Even the Jackal, who had always been a bit out of character and violent, also became quieter and stopped clamoring to make the green-haired old cunt look good. Jackal was extremely unconvinced by this death. If it hadn't been for the weird method, Jackal felt that he might not have lost. It was worth mentioning that Quanghua's memory was pretty good, and he remembered Master Lazy's full name. I wrote it down without missing a word. Witch Cult, Archbishop of Sin. How interesting. Maldergill nodded thoughtfully and said softly, although depending on what you mean, the other party's methods are extremely weird. It was the sneak attack that allowed you to be quickly eliminated. But, come to think of it, even if you are prepared, you are not sure of victory. Although Pluto Maldorger despises human beings, he never underestimates them. Just through simple contact with Quanghua and Jackal, Maldorger has roughly analyzed something. For example, whether it is Quanghua or Jackal, even if you are prepared, you are not 100% sure of victory when facing a lazy archbishop. Chapter 8. Yes, Lord Hades. I have almost no information about the other party. Quanghua nodded seriously. In front of Pluto Maldorgill, she didn't need to hide anything. Concealing it would only make her worse, and it was impossible for her to be able to hide it better than Maldorgill. In other words, I have no idea what percentage of the opponent's strength he used to kill me. Even if I am prepared, I will concentrate on responding to the opponent's attack. Quanghua raised his head, looked at Maldorgill, and said, I'm not sure whether I can win. Just talking about the tip of the iceberg that has been shown so far, the opponent's strength has completely surpassed the conventional S-class magician. The Jackal opened his mouth next to him, wanting to say something big to express his disdain for the green hair. However, after seeing Maldorgill's pair of dark eyes, as deep as black holes, he filled his stomach with rubbish. I swallowed all the words. If there is anyone the Jackal will be afraid of in the Gate of Hades, then there is no doubt that it is the actual ruler of the Gate of Hades, Hades Maldorgill. Beyond the regular S-class mage. Maldorger nodded, ignored the Jackal beside him, and began to think. Even though Maldorger had almost no feelings, he undoubtedly had full trust in Quanghua. Otherwise, in the original work, Maldorger would not place his last hope on Quanghua. As the leader of the 9 Ghost Gates, the strength of Quanghua has been clearly demonstrated in the past 400 years. Therefore, Maldorgill did not hesitate at all and chose to believe what Quanghua said. Suddenly, an organization called the Witch Cult and the so-called Sin Archbishop appeared. An invisible hand that cannot be seen or felt but possesses great power. A smile appeared on the corner of Maldorgill's mouth. He stood up and chuckled. It's interesting. It's really interesting. If everything is true, then such a powerful organization has been hidden all this time. And we don't even have a little bit of news about the Gate of Hades. It's really interesting. Now they suddenly appear, so what is their purpose? The activities at Gate of Hades can be paused for a while. With that said, Maldorgill ignored Quanghua and Jackal, who were in the regeneration warehouse, and left alone. After waiting for Maldorgill to disappear completely, Quanghua and Jackal, who had been feeling a little nervous since just now, finally calmed down. After relaxing a little, unexpectedly, Maldorgill did not blame Quanghua and Jackal too much for being killed. Lin Cheng continued to follow Ike Leia on the 5-day journey with a survival after disaster expression. Once again we settled in the same town as last time. It wasn't until this moment that Lin Cheng was in the mood to start thinking about his next plan. The most powerful puppet system. Host, Lin Cheng. Doll, none. Sentiment value, 245124. Skills, doll summoning, doll recovery, no CD for close range recovery, 72 hours CD for long range recovery. At this time, after letting the lazy archbishop go to the town to cause trouble last time, Lin Cheng's mood value had reached more than 200,000. Because the Jackal has the ability to self-destruct, the lazy archbishop was dragged to death by the Jackal. However, because of the existence of 10 C-class dolls called fingertips, the Sloth Archbishop was resurrected. The A-level dolls attached to the Sloth Master are refreshed 24 hours a day. As long as he doesn't kill the lazy Archbishop 11 times in a row within 24 hours, then the lazy Archbishop can do whatever he wants. It's equivalent to the Sloth Archbishop having 11 lives. After wandering 10 times, he can hide and wait for 24 hours. After 24 hours, he has 11 lives again. It's simply incomprehensible. However, the emotional value seems to be much more precious than I thought. Everyone's emotional limit is different. Although it can be refreshed repeatedly, there is only so much limit per day. Lin Cheng discovered it yesterday when he was manipulating the lazy archbishop to cause trouble. The people in the town did not contribute much emotional value to themselves, and they only contributed about 100,000 emotional points at most. On the contrary, the emotional value provided by the Gate of Hades is even higher, reaching 140,000. Originally, Lin Cheng thought that the emotional value was easy to increase. When he killed the enhanced demon Quanghua alone contributed almost 3,000 emotional points to Lin Cheng. There is a wave of tens of thousands of emotion values later. If nothing unexpected happens, it is probably Pluto. It is like a mine. As for the script, it's definitely not enough to just rely on an A-level doll. However, with an emotional value of 240,000, he can only draw 2 guaranteed C-level dolls twice in a row. At least, it needs a B-class doll. Lin Cheng thought quietly. At this time, apart from Lin Cheng leaving the A-level doll Lazy Master and 5 C-level dolls in his system backpack, Lin Cheng had turned on the artificial intelligence mode for the other 105 dolls. Throw it out and move freely. Integrated into the town. Reading books on May Day is a joy. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 9. Any emotion affected by the doll will turn into Lin Cheng's emotional value. In the absence of excessive behavior, an average doll can bring 100 to 500 daily emotional value to Lin Cheng. Taking it all together, Lin Cheng's daily emotional value income can probably reach about 20,000 to 30,000. If Lin Cheng stops causing trouble, it will only take about a month for Lin Cheng to collect enough emotion points to draw a guaranteed B-level doll. If you're lucky and get another A-level doll, you'll be truly invincible. Time flies, and a month goes by in a blink of an eye. For a month, Lin Cheng seemed to be no different from his previous life, as if he had never received a golden finger. He was living a simple daily life with Ai Glaiya and Meng Meng every day. Of course there are still differences. Lin Cheng is not short of money anymore. Almost all of the more than 100 dolls found a good job after turning on the smart mode. Except for some basic expenses required to maintain the character, all the money went into Lin Cheng's pocket. This made Lin Cheng couldn't help but think of a joke. What would you do if you had 100,000 dead soldiers? Let them go to work in a factory with food and accommodation included. The monthly salary is 4,000 yuan, and I will directly earn 400 million yuan a month. There is almost no difference between a doll and a dead soldier. Even if more than 100 dolls work in remote areas, the monthly salary adds up to a small sum. Ai Glaiya and Meng Meng were naturally a little confused about Lin Cheng's sudden wealth. After all, this is not the first time I have met Lin Cheng. I have been with Lin Cheng for a year, and I still know something about Lin Cheng. Facing the confused Ai Glaiya and Meng Meng, Lin Cheng easily relied on the money laundering method in his previous life to launder his money and turned it into the so-called legitimate income. For example, Ling Hung has now opened a tavern. There is always a group of fixed customers who come to consume in batches every day, and these are Lin Cheng's dolls. Of course, the role of the dolls as trustees has also driven the consumption of some local residents. Therefore, in the tavern in Ling Hung, in addition to some random dolls taking time to spend every day, there are also some local residents who have more spare money to spend. For a while, the newly opened tavern in Ling Hung was a little lively. Lin Cheng himself did not expect that, driven by the puppets, the business of the tavern would actually be booming. Originally, Lin Cheng purely wanted to use the tavern as a place to launder money in the short term, but unexpectedly, he actually started the tavern business. Ai Glaiya and Meng Meng acted as waiters in the tavern. Lin Cheng knew that Ai Glaiya did not dislike the bustling living environment every day. What Iclea really hates is the moment when the excitement disappears due to force majeure. Late at night, it's closing time for the pub. Wow, it smells so good. Lin Cheng, what kind of food are you eating today? Meng Meng looked at Lin Cheng, who was busy in the kitchen, with a faint glint in the corner of his mouth, and said with an expectant look, the business in the tavern is getting better and better. I don't even have time to eat. I'm almost starving to death. Iclea, do you think so? Hearing Meng Meng's question, Iclea replied absent-mindedly. It can be seen from the way Iclea glances at the kitchen accidentally from time to time, that Iclea also has considerable expectations for the meal Lin Cheng is preparing. Ha, business is good, there is nothing I can do. So I've specially prepared new dishes to reward you. Hearing Meng Meng's words, Lin Cheng laughed twice in the kitchen. He walked out of the kitchen with a few dishes that had just been prepared and said, here, sizzling beef, sweet and sour pork loin, and braised pork ribs. Iclea, don't sit still. Come and taste what I cook. The 3 dishes exuding a touch of heat were placed on the table by Lin Cheng in the shape of a Chinese character. Before time travel, in order to save money for ordering takeout every day, Lin Cheng bought and cooked his own food every day. Over time, naturally he has some cooking skills, not to mention how powerful he is, but he is still pretty good. As Lin Cheng finished speaking, Iclea started using her chopsticks without being too polite. Although Iclea was still the same as before, she was able to let go of herself in front of Lin Cheng. She no longer ignored Lin Cheng at all like she did a year ago, and only helped Lin Cheng when she needed help. Very tasty. This is Iclea's evaluation of Lin Cheng's cooking skills. Full of wine and food, Lin Cheng just returned to his room. The most powerful puppet system. Host, Lin Cheng. Doll, none. Sentiment value, 104247. Skills, doll summoning, doll recycling. Finally, it's worth 1 million emotions. If you use 1 million emotion points to draw a lottery, then the minimum guarantee is a B-level doll, and maybe an A-level doll. Looking at the system panel in his mind, Lin Cheng did not hesitate and directly chose to spend 1 million emotion points for a gold lottery. Well, Lin Cheng named the draws with emotional values of 10,000, 100,000, and 1 million respectively as Bronze Lottery, Silver Lottery, and Gold Lottery. Chapter 10. Ding! Spend 1 million emotional points and start the puppet extraction. Following Lin Cheng's choice, a huge roulette wheel once again appeared in Lin Cheng's mind. But compared with the last roulette, this time's roulette is still a little different. For example, the color of the roulette wheel has changed from white last time to gold, which looks much more high-end and classy. The golden wheel began to rotate rapidly, and countless phantoms also appeared on it. On average, each phantom looked much more powerful than the last one. Finally, the roulette wheel settled on a figure whose whole body was burning with scorching flames. He has short black hair, normal wheat-colored skin, slightly handsome cheeks with some freckles, and a freckle on his left arm, a SCEA tattoo of the word S with an X on it. The figure wears an orange cowboy hat on his head, and is shirtless, wearing only shorts. Congratulations to the host, for winning the Pirates series, Whitebeard Pirates, Captain of the 2nd Division. Burning Fruit Power User, Portkas D Ace. Oh! Is it actually Ace? Lin Cheng looked at the figure burning with blazing flames that appeared in his mind, and a smile appeared on his lips. At the same time, the attributes of the doll Ace also appeared in Lin Cheng's mind. Portkas D Ace. A-grade doll. Star rating. One Piece series, Whitebeard Pirates, Captain of the 2nd Division. Abilities, Burning Fruit Mastery, Physical Arts Mastery. Special Effects, Overlord Color Haki Entry, Unlocked, Armed Color Haki Mastery, Unlocked, Knowledge Color Haki, Unlocked, Burning Fruit Awakening, Unlocked, Unlocked. Doll Charge, 100%, can be restored automatically after consumption, but it takes time. Doll recycling, available, regardless of distance, there is a 24-hour cooling time. Although he had known for a long time that Ace's strength was very impressive. In terms of direct destructive power, it was even stronger than the lazy Archbishop. However, after seeing Ace's attribute panel, Lin Cheng was still shocked. Arrive. Compared with the lazy Archbishop, who is also an A-level doll, Ace is obviously much more gorgeous. Now that I have drawn Fire Fist Ace, many things have become easier. Originally, Lin Cheng thought it would be good to get a B-level doll for temporary use. But Lin Cheng didn't expect that his luck was better than expected. In the lottery that only guaranteed B-level dolls, he directly won an A-level doll. Now that he had 2 A-level dolls, Lin Cheng's problem of self-protection became real. Not big anymore. Next words. Lin Cheng began to think about his next plan. During this month, Lin Cheng would think about how to upgrade the puppets after drawing new ones every day. There is no doubt that Lin Cheng is very lacking in emotional value. To get new dolls, you need emotional points. If a puppet wants to rise to a star level, it needs emotional points. Even if you want to obtain some skills unique to the summoner, you also need to spend emotional points. Lin Cheng really needs the emotional value. Fairy tale is the key point. Sitting on the bed, Lin Cheng looked at the magazines placed on his table not far away. Among them, the magazine placed at the top is an official interview report on Fairy Tale, the recently popular Misters Guild. It is an interview about Fairy Tale's completion of the S-level mission, Karna Island. At this time, the plot has completed the first entry into Fairy Tale plot, the Mansion plot, the Iron Forest plot and the Karna Island plot, and it is the turn of Fairy Tale's first relatively large scene. The 2 strongest guilds in the Kingdom of Fiori, the Ghost Ruler and Fairy Tale, are at odds with each other and are going into full-scale war. As the 2 strongest guilds in the Kingdom of Fiori, Ghost Ruler and Fairy Tale have not moved at all. A battle will attract the attention of a large number of viewers, symbolizing a huge amount of emotional value. Now I just happened to draw the A-level doll Fire Fist Ace. I can completely control Fire Fist Ace to get a wave of popularity, show off my presence, and even take the initiative to reveal something. However, this report was already reported 3 days ago. At this time, the first round of the war between the Ghost Ruler and Fairy Tale has probably begun. I hope I can catch up with the last wave of popularity. Lying on the bed, Lin Cheng turned off the light, slowly closed his eyes, and began to rest. 1,000 meters away from Lin City, in a somewhat remote and deserted corner, a ripple suddenly appeared in the air, and then a man with a bare upper body, shorts, and an orange cowboy hat on his head appeared. He glanced at the location of the tavern and smiled slightly. The man quickly left in the other direction. Magnolia, the city where Fairy Tale, one of the strongest guilds in the Kingdom of Fiori, is located. At this time, the Fairy Tale Guild Hall, which should normally be very lively, was filled with gloom and gloom. Everyone was sitting on the ground with a depressed look on their faces. It could be said that morale was at an extremely low level. Chapter 11. However, low morale is also normal. When it came to the battle between the Saint 10 level guild leaders of both sides, the Saint 10 guild leader of our own side was directly killed by a sneak attack. When it came down to the fight between members, no one was able to gain an advantage. It could almost be said to be a total collapse. Now, Holy 10 Guild Master Makarov is even more in danger. Just now, Laxus Dolia, one of the few S-class magicians in the guild, the grandson of the guild leader and the Dragon Slayer, directly rejected Marajana's request. Refused to provide combat support in this battle with the Ghost Ruler. This is undoubtedly adding insult to injury. Why do you all have such an expression? Even if that guy Laxus doesn't come over, it doesn't matter. Amidst this low morale, a figure with cherry-colored broken hair is unexpectedly high-spirited. This is the male protagonist in the Fairy Tale world, Natsu. As long as we all work together. Natsu looked at everyone present and said enthusiastically, we will definitely defeat those bastards from Ghost. We can definitely avenge the old man. As the most common protagonist in Japanese style, Natsu always seems to be full of passion. However, in the face of such a major blow, there is no way for others to be like Natsu. There is almost something floating in everyone's mind. The dark cloud that enveloped the entire heart. No one thought that the war with the ghost ruler would end so easily. Now that there is no magician of the same level who can fight against the opponent's guild leader, Fairy Tail is undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Natsu. Not far away, a girl with long golden smooth hair looked at the excited Natsu and opened her small mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end nothing came out. This is the heroine of Fairy Tail, Lucy Heartfilia. I have to say that Fairy Tail is probably an anime where the female protagonist has more scenes than the male protagonist. However, after hesitating for a while, Lucy stood up with a firm look on her face. Or take me. Hello. Excuse me, this should be the Fairy Tail Guild. Before Lucy could finish her words, the door that had been closed tightly was pushed open. A man who looked a bit familiar walked in from the door, shirtless, shorts, and an orange cowboy hat. And behind the man, he was carrying a somewhat bulging backpack, and it was clear that he contained a lot of money. This man was the A-level doll controlled by Lin Cheng remotely, and he was rushing along the way. Those who hurried slowly finally arrived at Magnolia before the ghost chapter was about to end. At the same time, Lin Cheng was also complaining crazily about how Ikalia chose an area so remote from the bustling area as her residence. In modern society, it makes no difference to live in seclusion in the mountains without playing with computers and mobile phones. Faced with Ace's inquiry, everyone in the hall looked at Ace with vigilance. After all, they dared to do so at this time. It's true that not many people come to the Fairy Tail lobby. Hello, this is Fairy Tail. What are you doing here now? Only Myra Jane, who was a waiter, showed a smile on her face and responded, if there is nothing important, it's better not to come over. Oh? Is that so? That's really embarrassing. I don't know if my matter is considered important. After Ace heard Marajana's answer, he smiled and took out a portrait from his trouser pocket and said, this time I came here mainly to announce a missing person. I'm looking for a guy called Blackbeard. If he looks like this, he probably looks like this. In terms of remuneration, I am willing to pay the money. I don't know what level of task it is. With that said, Ace handed the portrait in his hand to Myra Jane, and then took out all the money he had. Because things were in a hurry and time was tight, Lin Cheng did not have time to collect more than 100 dolls. Giving the laundered money to Ace can only control Ace to rob other people's wealth and help the poor. However, it is really fast to make money by robbing the rich and giving to the poor. Lin Cheng manipulated Ace to make a deal. Eat black, and the money you get is much more than the salary of 100 dolls who work hard for a month. With the sound of coins falling on the table, a small mountain of coins mixed with banknotes was struck by Ace. He fell on the table. In an instant, everyone in the hall was attracted. A lot of money. Natsu said excitedly next to him, with this much money, I can eat enough barbecue. This is not a small amount of money. Let me see. Myra Jane glanced at Ace in surprise, ignored Natsu who was shouting not far away, and then began to calculate the amount of money on the table. Since the business is coming, there is absolutely no reason to refuse. After about a few minutes, Myra Jane finished the calculation. She looked at Ace, with a gentle smile on her face that said she was a big benefactor, and said, a total of 1.36 million J, is it just to find someone? 1.36 million J is at least the reward for an A-level mission. Chapter 12. In the world of Fairy Tail, the rewards for tasks are also graded. S-level tasks require a minimum reward of 5 million J, and even some special items. And Ace directly gave him a reward of more than 1 million J, which was undoubtedly not low. Among A-level mission commissions, they are also very generous. In addition, just looking for a certain person, a relatively high security target, is definitely one of the best commissions. Well, that's all I have. Then I'll entrust it to you in the form of an A-level mission. A bright smile appeared on Ace's face and he said, by the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. I am a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, captain of the 2nd Division, Portkas D. Ace, just call me Ace. The script finally reached a critical point. Lin Cheng, who had been remotely controlling Ace from a long distance, looked at Myra Jane in sight through Ace, as well as the other fairy tale members around him, and the corner of his mouth a smile appeared on Lin Cheng's control of Ace the moment some money was poured on the table. The emotions of the surrounding fairy tale members were aroused by Lin Cheng's behavior. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the emotional value XXX. System prompts similar to this almost filled the entire prompt panel. If Lin Cheng hadn't blocked the reminder sound long ago, I'm afraid Lin Cheng would have had a splitting headache from the series of ding 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 sounds. Almost all the members of Fairy Tale were in the hall. In just a short period of time, Lin Cheng's emotional value changed from 5 digits to 6 digits. And Lin Cheng's speculation has been further confirmed. Compared with ordinary people, powerful people like magicians can provide more emotional value, especially those who are very powerful. For example, Natsu, who is an A-level mage, had just provided Lin Cheng with nearly 4,000 points of emotional value at once. But these are just appetizers. In the previous month, Lin Cheng was not just waiting for the increase in emotional value. Lin Cheng was planning how to harvest the emotional value every day. Now, introducing yourself through Ace's mouth is a relatively crucial point. Of course, Lin Cheng also knew that it was impossible to get much emotional value from just a simple self-introduction, and a comparison object was needed. And soon, the Ghost Ruler, with the 10 holy magisters at his command, would be the best comparison object. Suddenly I felt a little inexplicable excitement. Next is the first big drama that fools the entire fairy tale world. Before, the witch cult was just a small test, but this time it was going to be serious. Sitting at the bar of the tavern, a strange smile appeared on the corner of Lin Cheng's mouth, which made Meng Meng, who accidentally glanced at Lin Cheng not far away, shudder instinctively. But when Meng Meng rubbed his eyes and looked again, everything became normal. I must have been dazzled. Meng Meng held the cup that had just been filled with beer and quickly flew towards the guests waiting for the beer, muttering to himself, how could Lin Cheng show such a terrifying smile? Whitebeard Pirates, captain of the 2nd Division, Portkas D. Mr. Ace. Mr. Ace, are you a pirate? After hearing Ace's words, Marajana's expression was stunned. In fairy tale, pirates also exist, and they are a symbol of illegality and evil. Although the situation is not like that of the Dark Mage Guild, everyone yelled at him like a rat crossing the street, but it wasn't much better, let alone coming to the Bright Mage Guild to issue a mission openly like this. Myra Jane felt that the person in front of him looked a little abnormal. Mr. Ace was joking. Thinking of this, Myra Jane smiled helplessly. I'm afraid, Mr. Ace, you don't know our current situation. Now we at Fairy Tale are at full war with the Ghost Ruler. Sir, you have also seen the current situation. Therefore, it is actually not safe here. Mr. Ace, if you want to eat. Myra Jane was ready to persuade Ace to leave, and was not even ready to accept Ace's commission for the time being. After all, Fairy Tale is still at an absolute disadvantage in a full-scale war between the Ghost Dominators. I really don't have any extra energy to take care of entrusted matters. We can only wait until the dust settles to see if Ace is still willing to hand over the commission to Fairy Tale. However, before Myra Jane finished speaking, everyone present could clearly feel that the ground beneath their feet shook violently. Even before anyone could recover, the ground shook again, and this time, the movement was even more violent than before, and even small pebbles on the ground could be seen being shaken into the air. Marajana's face changed and instantly became extremely ugly. Everyone! Before Myra Jane could say anything, a girl not far away who had long crimson hair and looked extremely heroic, like a Valkyrie, suddenly waved her hand and said loudly, "Everyone, go to an open place. Go." Chapter 13. On the Endless Sea. A huge architectural fortress is moving cumbersomely, and this is the base camp of the Ghost Ruler. A large amount of money was spent to transform it into a war fortress. At this time, Joseph Pola, the president of the Ghost Rulers and one of the 10 Holy Wizards, was sitting in the best viewing seat in his house, preparing to appreciate the destruction of Fairy Tale, the target of his old enemy 100 years ago. From 100 years ago, the founder of Fairy Tale and the founder of Ghost Ruler were mortal enemies. In fact, the father of one of the founders of Fairy Tale was killed by the founder of Ghost Dominator. Haha, what an exciting moment! It's a pity that old Guy Makarov has lost consciousness. Otherwise, it would be a good experience for him to see this wonderful scene with his own eyes. Looking at the panicked people at Fairy Tale, Joseph took a sip of red wine with a contented look on his face. Although the Ghost Ruler provoked Fairy Tale, it was considered a taboo on the Magic Council. But this is not the case. It doesn't matter. Joseph has already made a plan. Once Fairy Tale is completely eliminated, it would be a good idea to take Lucy, the daughter of the Heartfilia family, directly into the Dark Mage Guild. It would be great to be tied up and make a lot of money. However, the next second, Joseph felt his hair stand on end because he didn't know when there was a man with a hair standing in the corner of his body. The green-haired guy doesn't look like a normal person no matter how you look at him. This is Lin Cheng's other A-level puppet, Master Lazy. All the puppets have basic summoner skills, including puppet summoning and recycling. There is no cooldown time for summoning and recycling within a kilometer radius of the city. This time, Lin Cheng used the long-distance puppet summoning function to directly place the lazy archbishop at a distance. In the base camp of the Ghost Ruler. So diligent. Even though it's time to reap the rewards of victory, he still doesn't forget to think about the next step. Seeing that Joseph had discovered himself, Sloth used this strange emphasis and said, "President Joseph, you are really too diligent. Compared with you, I am so lazy that I am ashamed of what she has done to me. Love. Ah, how lazy I am, I forgot to introduce myself again. I am the Archbishop of Sin and Archbishop of Sloth of the Witch Cult, Pedicaius Romani Conti." As he said this, Lazy put his finger in his mouth again and bit it. Along with the sound of the skin and flesh of his fingers tearing, red blood flowed from the corners of Lazy's chapped mouth. To be honest, in fact, Lin Cheng didn't really want to do such a perverted thing, but for the sake of character, he had to do it. Of course, when biting his finger, Lin Cheng turned on the puppet's intelligent mode and let the puppet complete the biting on its own. Finger behavior. Interesting. They were able to avoid everyone from my Ghost Ruler and came here quietly. You should be the Dark Mage. Joseph looked at the lazy attitude of the man in clothes, narrowed his eyes slightly, put down the goblet of fine red wine in his hand, and said lightly, "What is your purpose?" At this time, even though Joseph looked casual, he was already completely vigilant. It's just a pity that if Lin Cheng really wanted to kill him, in the moment just now, dozens of Invisible the Hand can kill Joseph instantly, and Joseph's so-called defense has no meaning. However, once you know some information about Sloth, many characters in ReZero are indirectly affected by external forces. The hidden properties of the Invisible Hand, such as dust, ice chips, etc., can be cracked to make the Invisible Hand visible. My lofty will guides me, who is deeply favored and favored. She's just letting me wait here for the final result. Lazy looked a little crazy and said, "I have received so much love, but at this moment, I only need to stay here, stand here, and don't need to do anything. This is really shameful for diligence and too lazy. My brain is trembling under the endless love." It was obvious that Lazy had honestly stated his purpose, but Joseph felt that he had not collected any information. The only thing that Joseph could know was that the green-haired man in front of him was obviously not a normal guy at first glance. He was probably a mage from the Dark Mage Guild. Never mind. Come to think of it, you don't dare to be presumptuous in front of me, Joseph Pola, who is one of the 10 great magicians. Joseph sat back down again, picked up the red wine he had just put down, took a sip, and chuckled. Then, I will give you a special permission to watch the destruction of Fairy Tale with me. P.S. Please beg for your comments, flowers, and evaluation votes. The author will be more motivated. Chapter 14. Under normal circumstances, Joseph's side would definitely eliminate sloth. But considering that after today, it is impossible for me to continue to hang out with the Magic Council, I will leave Lazy, a mage who seems to be from the Dark Mage Guild. Maybe we can even connect people or something. So, we are almost ready. End it quickly, Magical Convergence Run Jupiter, launch. At this time, the front end of the cliff. The crimson figure that looked like a Valkyrie from before was standing. After seeing the magical cluster cannon being prepared by the ghost ruler, the figure's expression became more solemn than ever before, and he directly roared at everyone behind him. Everyone, please retreat. Just leave the rest to me. This is the Thorn Mage in Fairy Tale who holds the title of Fairy Queen, Urza Shakareto. As for the attack power of the magic cluster cannon Jupiter, Urza really doesn't know much about it. It couldn't be clearer. The magic cluster cannon Jupiter has the attack power of a regular Holy 10 magician, and can almost level a small town in an instant, even if Urza is an S-class demon. It is also very difficult for the guide to stop it. However, at this time, behind him are all the companions he loves and cherishes most, and a little further behind is the urban residential area of Magnolia. Normally, a ghost ruler from the Light Camp would not dare to do this. However, Urza really couldn't bet on whether a ghost ruler would dare to use the magic cluster cannon. Urza! Back away quickly, Urza! Let's run away quickly! This is a magic cluster cannon. Urza can't stop it alone. The other guild members in Fairy Tale also know what kind of existence the magical beam cannon Jupiter is. At this time, Urza actually wants to try to face it on her own, even if Urza is a super magician. That's just like Mantis trying to do something. Ignoring the commotion behind her, Urza gritted her teeth and put on her own weapon as she looked at the magic cluster cannon that was already in place. The armor with the strongest defense, the armor of Vedra. I can only try my best to give it a try. No matter what, we can't let those disgusting guys from the Ghost Rulers succeed. Although it is the magical cluster cannon Jupiter, it has the full power of the 10 great magicians, but with the diamond armor, it is not impossible for me to stop it. I am Fairy Tale. After Urza put on the diamond armor, she roared towards the ghost ruler's base camp. Humph, overestimating one's capabilities. A mere S-class magician actually tried to block the magic cluster cannon Jupiter. Looking at the pictures and sounds coming from the monitor, Joseph sneered and said, however, if an S-class magician tried his best to block it, the scope of the damage would probably be much smaller. It can be regarded as saving me some trouble. In any case, if it affects ordinary people, it is a very serious mistake. If the previous all-out war between the Ghost Ruler and Fairy Tale can barely be said to be a mistake, then when the Ghost Ruler uses magic, if the beam cannon Jupiter is introduced and affects ordinary people, its nature will completely change. At that time, the Ghost Ruler will definitely face a full arrest by the Magic Council. Even the always proud Joseph will. It's a bit of a headache. Now that Urza is stepping forward to block it, the damage range of the magic cluster cannon won't be so wide. How can this be? Magical cluster cannon Jupiter, this attack is comparable to the full blow of the 10 great magicians. Before Joseph could continue to think leisurely, the next scene made Joseph stand up with a look of disbelief. The magic cluster cannon, which symbolized the full blow of the Holy 10 magicians, was easily blocked by a man he had never seen before. What happened? Urza looked at the scene in front of her in confusion. The only thing Urza remembered was that the beam of light that symbolized the aura of destruction in reality was launched from the ghost ruler and flew towards her location. Then Ace, the sponsor who came to issue the task commission today, came over. Then a rolling heat wave hit us. The scorching aura was even more powerful than Natsu's at full fire, by more than one level. Finally, the beam of light with the aura of destruction disappeared, and the billowing heat wave also quickly dissipated. It's like nothing happened. Is that a lie? That was the magical cluster cannon Jupiter, which symbolized the full blow of the 10 holy magicians. Mirage, who was standing next to Ace before, also looked at the scene in front of her in a daze. Because it was viewed from a third-person perspective, Mirage could completely see how Ace blocked the magic cluster cannon. Of the whole process. It's really awesome. I really didn't expect that this guy like you is so powerful. Natsu also yelled from the side, saying, "Are you also a fire attribute mage? Your fire looks delicious. How about we have a fight later?" Chapter 15. The flames revealed by Ace directly made Natsu's interest in Ace instantly reach its peak. If it weren't for the Ghost Ruler's base camp not far away, Natsu would have rushed towards Ace with excitement on his face and wanted to have a one-on-one PK with Ace. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 857 emotion points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 489 emotion points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 767 emotion points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 596 emotion points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 1027 emotion points. System prompts like this once again appeared on Lin Cheng's system panel. This time it was similar to the way Lin Cheng controlled Ace to show off his wealth before, but the specific effects were completely different. The emotional value of the previous show of Wealth Harvest was only 60,000 to 70,000. Adding in Lin Cheng's remaining 40,000 emotional value, it can become a 6-digit emotional value. Now, Lin Cheng's emotional value was rapidly jumping towards 7 digits. In just a short while, the emotional value reached 900,000. Although the speed slowed down a bit later, it was still not slow. It would definitely not be a problem for Lin Cheng's emotional value to exceed 1 million again. Portkas D Ace. A-grade doll. Star rating plus. One Piece series, Whitebeard Pirates, Captain of the 2nd Division. Abilities, Burning Fruit Mastery, Physical Arts Mastery. Special effects, Overlord Color Haki Entry, unlocked, Armed Color Haki Mastery, unlocked, Knowledge Color Haki Mastery, unlocked, Burning Fruit Awakening, unlocked, unlocked. Doll charge, 68%, can be restored automatically after consumption, but it takes time. Doll recycling, available, regardless of distance, there is a 24-hour cooling time. At this time, Ace's energy was only 68% left. Before fighting the magic cluster cannon, Ace's energy was 98%. Just by resisting, Ace's energy was consumed as much as 30%. Good. Although it consumes a lot of energy, it is completely worth it. Lin Cheng glanced at the emotion value that had unknowingly exceeded 1 million, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. After the emotion value exceeded 1 million, a plus sign automatically appeared behind the stars of Lin Cheng's 2 A-level dolls. When Ace was not drawn, Lazy also had a plus sign when Lin Cheng's emotional value reached 1 million. It was just that Lin Cheng didn't have a few dolls that could hold up the scene at the time, and Lazy Archbishop didn't have 2-star new special effects, so Lin Cheng decided to draw new dolls. Now, Lin Cheng is faced with 3 choices. Either give Sloth a star, give Ace a star, or draw a new doll. As for the current script, Lin Cheng's side is initially sufficient. The Sloth 2-star does not have any special effects, and after Ace is promoted to 2-star, he will be able to unlock 2 special effects that can greatly increase the combat effectiveness of a single target. The domineering color of knowledge and proficiency, the domineering color of weapon and proficiency. And other basic data will also increase greatly as the star level increases. If the 1-star A-level doll Ace's strength level is roughly the same as when Ace died in the original work, then when Lin Cheng upgraded Ace's star level to 2 stars, then the 2-star Ace would probably be able to have the strength of a general. As for Ace's star rating being upgraded to 3 stars, the awakening level Burning Fruit will probably completely exceed the combat power of the general level, and at the same time, the haki of seeing and hearing and the haki of weapons will be increased again. Maybe it's not as good as Garp's level, but it's almost the same as the Yonko, with fewer shortcomings and more versatility. However, the consumption will also be massive. It's okay to upgrade 1 star to 2 stars, but it has 1 million emotional points, but it would cost tens of millions to upgrade 2 stars to 3. In the system evaluation, a 3-star A-level doll is equivalent to a 1.5-star S-level doll. The gap in the middle can be said to be very large. It is probably that a 3-star A-level doll is better than a 1-star S-level doll, but a 2-star A-level doll is better. So much weaker than 1-star S-class. The system gives a star upgrade to the A-level doll Ace. There was no hesitation. Lin Cheng directly chose to throw out all the millions of emotion points he had just harvested, and threw them on Ace's head to give Ace a star. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining an A-level 2-star doll. Ding! A-grade doll Portkas D. Ace's star promotion is successful and his condition is fully restored. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you successfully obtained the first 2-star doll, opened a new panel, and won the skill lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have successfully opened a new system panel and will be rewarded with a skill pack X1. Another series of system prompts made Lin Cheng a little confused. Probably a gift package for primary skills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Reverse Summon LV1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Scape Doll LV1. Reverse Summoning LV1 effect. The host can summon himself near the designated doll through reverse summoning. Effect of Scapegoat Doll LV1. The host can block a fatal blow for himself at the cost of permanently losing a doll. Cooling down is 24 hours. Chapter 16. At this moment, Lin Cheng's heart could no longer be described as surprise. Lin Cheng never expected that just by upgrading Ace's star rating from 1 to 2 stars, he would actually give himself a gift package of skills, and also provide 2 extremely practical skills. Especially the Scapegoat. Although it takes a permanent consumption of a doll to block a killing blow for himself, Lin Cheng has 110 attached dolls of sloth in his hands. C-level fingertip dolls cannot be easily consumed, but D-level cultist dolls are still fine. In other words, without considering the cooldown time, Lin Cheng now has 100 lives. The most important thing is that after resurrection, Lin Cheng can use reverse summon at any time to summon himself to a safe place. The 2 skills of Scapegoat and reverse summon are really a perfect match. Of course, after Lin Cheng was surprised, he quickly turned his attention to Lazy and Ace. After all, the script had just begun, and it was just about blocking a magic cluster cannon. Just by blocking a magic cluster cannon, he gained nearly 1 million emotional points. The new world view and new forces, the appearance of the 4 emperors lineup and the witch cult lineup, without hundreds of millions of emotional value, it is really unreasonable. Sorry. It seems like I accidentally stole your limelight. Ace, who has become a 2nd star, looked at Urza who looked a little confused, smiled apologetically at Urza, and then turned his attention to the ghost ruler again, and said however, I feel it. The scent of the witch cult. When facing those crazy people, it's better to be cautious. I heard that Blackbeard seems to be connected with these fanatics, but I don't know if it's true or not. This kind of chatting method was used by Lin Cheng to pick up girls before time travel. It is relatively general. By talking about some things that the other party does not know very well but seems to be interesting, the topic is brought up. Generally speaking, as long as the other party feels about you if you are interested, you will definitely continue to ask. It is a more effective way of chatting. The specific effect is directly related to your appearance or the thickness of your wallet. The scene where Ace used the magical cluster cannon just happened. No. There may be no one who is not interested, not to mention Urza. Even Joseph on the ghost ruler side subconsciously pricked up his ears and prepared to hear about Ace, the guy who can forcefully receive a magic cluster cannon. Why are you talking about the witch cult? After all, there is a so-called Sin Archbishop of the witch cult next to me. Witch cult? Listening to an unheard term popping out of Ace's mouth, Urza was pretty much what Lin Cheng had guessed. She further showed a confused expression on her face and continued to ask. Yeah, that's right, it's the witch cult. But I'm actually not very clear about the specifics. I only know some information comparing a few books. After Ace heard Urza's confused voice, he said solemnly, the nature of the witch cult is similar to that of the black magic cult, except that the black magic cult worships Zeref, while the witch cult worships Zeref. Worship the witch. It has a history of at least 400 years and has been active in the dark corners of the world. Now, in that building, there is the smell of the witch cult. At the end of the sentence, Ace's eyes narrowed slightly, with a cold light in his eyes. It was as if he really hated the witch cult and wanted to kill all the followers of the witch cult. At the same time, along with AI after C's words fell, everyone in Fairy Tale looked at each other, a little at a loss. It was obviously just a battle between Fairy Tale and the Ghost Ruler, the two strongest guilds in the Kingdom of Fiori, but why now? The situation seems to be vague. Is it developing in a more serious direction? Originally, no one present had ever heard of it, whether it was the Whitebeard Pirates or the witch cult. Even if it had been mentioned by Ace accidentally, no one had ever heard of it. Take it seriously. However, when Ace showed that the strength of the magic cluster cannon was not weaker than that of the top 10 magicians, everyone suddenly turned to the witch cult and the Whitebeard Pirates. The forces that had never been heard of took it seriously. By this time, the smart people had already recalled Ace's initial self-introduction. He was the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. But he is just the captain of the 2nd Division. What a terrifying force this is! The top 10 magicians are not just cats and dogs. They are the best and most powerful ones in the entire continent. The strength of these 10 magicians far exceeds that of ordinary S-class magicians. In the eyes of others, the extremely powerful S-class magicians cannot even withstand the top 10 magicians. The guide's blow. Following Ace's narration, Lin Cheng's emotional value once again experienced a surge. However, because everyone's daily emotional value has a limit, Lin Cheng's emotional value almost increased this time. After reaching an emotional value of about 100,000, the growth rate of emotional value became slow again. Chapter 17. It seems that your witch cult has a long history. Joseph also heard some simple science about the witch cult from Ace. Looking at Lazy, who had been standing motionless since just now, he smiled with interest and said, "It was actually 400 years ago. It already exists and seems to know a lot of secrets. However, let's talk about small talk after I deal with all these guys. I think the Archbishop of Sin and Archbishop Sloth of the witch cult would be willing to have a good chat with me, right?" Because of Ace's narration, Joseph really became interested in the witch cult. The sect has been active since 400 years ago, and it is obvious at a glance that there are many good things. Among other things, those who came from the fore, there must be some magic that was lost 100 years ago. After saying that, Joseph was not ready to wait for Lazy's reply, and directly turned his attention to the people of Fairy Tale again, with a smile on his face. Some smiles have completely disappeared. Your name is Ace, right? You can indeed be proud of being able to block a blow from the magic cluster cannon Jupiter. Joseph looked at Ace and said calmly, "So, now I can give you a chance. By joining the Ghost Ruler, I can let go of your actions that have just hindered me, Joseph Pola. Joseph Pola, 6th of the 10 great magicians, the president of the Ghost Ruler, one of the strongest guilds in the kingdom of Fiori. If we don't consider the later plot, then Joseph Pola is the first one in the early stage. The big boss of the plot is the group of people who stand at the top of the early ceiling of combat power. How could Joseph not be proud of such a character? Although Ace's strength shown just now is indeed good, Joseph has full combat power. If you open it, you can do it. Joseph doesn't think that Ace, who seems to be in his early 20s, can surpass him in strength. In Joseph's opinion, he is willing to let Ace join the Ghost Ruler and forget about it. The opportunity has been very tolerant and generous. I'm so sorry. I'm not planning to leave my father's pirate group and join other forces. After Ace heard Joseph's ultimatum, he said a little funny, I think Mr. Joseph still needs to pay attention to one thing. He is hooking up with the witch cult. Even if Mr. Joseph doesn't blame me, I won't appreciate it. Woolen cloth. Neither I nor Whitebeard Daddy are happy with the witch cult. As he said that, Ace's body burned with raging flames. Although the 2-star Ace cannot awaken the burning fruit like the 3-star Ace and has abilities in similar fields. But after becoming a 2-star, Ace's basic attributes also include burning. The development progress of burning fruit has been greatly improved, which is definitely not comparable to what it was 1 star ago. How ridiculous! It seems that you are ready to continue to hinder me. Joseph stood up, with terrifying magic fluctuations appearing on his body. Joseph has never been a patient person. Otherwise, when the president of the Magisters Guild gathered at the meeting, Joseph would not have quarreled with Makarov and then there was a fight. With Joseph's actions, everyone could feel that the originally clear sky turned slightly dark. This was the signature special effect of every Holy 10 magician. The guides all have the terrifying power to change the celestial phenomena. Even if they don't specifically want to change the celestial phenomena, just the boiling of their own magic power can make the celestial phenomena change accordingly. If Joseph's magic attribute is darkness, then the sky will change because of it. Joseph's magic boiled and became a little dim. What a pity! If you interfere with me, please disappear completely. Joseph appeared in mid-air, with dark magic boiling all over his body. A huge magic circle emitting dark light appeared in front of him. The momentum vaguely revealed from the magic circle was different from the previous magic spell. Facing Ace's repeated contempt, Joseph was really angry and prepared to use 100% of his strength to directly crush Ace, who had a little strength. Of course, there is still one layer here. If he doesn't use 100% of his strength, he, Joseph, won't be able to completely suppress Ace's intention. After all, he just took a direct hit from the magic cluster cannon. And the injury-free scene has completely proved Ace's strength. Joseph, what do you want to do with this large-scale magic? Is it possible that you want to affect even the ordinary people in the town? Compared to Ace's relaxation and comfort, after Urza saw the huge dark magic circle in the sky, her face became ugly again, and she roared loudly, "Are you really not afraid of the sanctions of the Magic Council?" To be honest, Urza couldn't believe it. Urza could understand the magic cluster cannon before as a strategy and tactic to force herself to take over. But now looking at what Joseph showed, Urza only felt the coldness that penetrated her bones. How dare he, Joseph, do this? Did he really think that he was one of the 10 great wizards, so no one could cure him? P.S. Is anyone reading this book? Can you make a sound? It would be better to send some flowers by the way. Chapter 18. Sanctions from the Magic Council. Ha 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 ha, do you think I am really afraid of the sanctions from the Magic Council? Boy, don't think that you are invincible just because you blocked a magical cluster cannon. My magic is even more terrifying. Go to hell and repent. Death Storm. After hearing Urza's voice, a ferocious smile appeared on Joseph's face. He watched Ace ignore and despise him again and again, and made no move in response to his advice, the last trace of patience in Joseph's heart has completely disappeared. From the beginning to the end, Joseph is not a good-tempered guy. With the roar of Joseph, the magic power in Joseph's body boils. This is Joseph's most powerful magic. It condenses massive amounts of dark magic power with his hands to produce an extremely powerful dark shock wave. It not only far exceeds the direct destructive power of the magical beam cannon Jupiter, but can also swallow the soul of the target it attacks. Even if the target chooses to use large defensive magic to defend, it can also swallow the opponent's magic power to strengthen itself. Although this trick in the original work is instantly broken, Makarov has an absolute advantage. That is the super magic that completely transcends the conventional nature. Otherwise, Makarov may not be able to win. Except for a few powerful ones, everyone is boiling. Even Urza, Natsu and other powerful magicians fell to the ground in front of Joseph, who was at full strength. At this stage, the gap between the strength of Urza and others and the top 10 magicians is still huge. Hey, why did you become so angry all of a sudden? Looking at Joseph with a somewhat distorted expression, Ace's expression did not change significantly. He smiled slightly and said, "Originally, I thought Mr. Joseph, you were at least a somewhat well-educated guy. But now it seems that it is indeed true." Mr. Joseph knew at a glance that he would definitely be able to get along with those guys from the witch cult. Since Mr. Joseph takes me so seriously, then I will definitely respond with the same attitude. As Ace's words fell, an equally powerful and majestic momentum rose from Ace's body, followed by a billowing heat wave that was 10 times more than before. Great Flame Ring, Emperor Yan. In the sky, a black death light symbolizing death fell from the sky. Likewise, there was a flame light standing on the cliff that shot straight into the sky with an extremely hot breath. Boom! The violent collision caused the entire ground to tremble violently. At this moment, everyone present felt that their vision was occupied by red and black lights. But the next second, something happened that shocked everyone present. In front of the red light, the black light only remained stagnant for a moment, and then shattered. The powerful and unrivaled momentum that Joseph had just enveloped the entire place was shattered along with the shattering of the black light. How can it be? My death storm, how could you possibly break through my death storm? Joseph roared in disbelief as he looked at the death storm that shattered instantly. Joseph couldn't believe that the most powerful magic he was most proud of could be defeated so easily. You know, this is Joseph has been working day and night for nearly 10 years, just to defeat Makarov's most powerful magic, but there is no way around it. The fire used by Ace is not the power of the fairy tale world. Traditional magic power. The Death Storm's ability to swallow up magic power has no effect at all in front of the Great Flame Ring, Emperor Yan. In terms of strength alone, Joseph is at best comparable to one-star Ace. Now that Ace has been eliminated, the city has been upgraded to the 2-star level, and all attributes have been greatly increased. Therefore, in the eyes of outsiders, the top 10 magicians in the world are standing at the top of the continent. Bora was completely defeated the moment she faced Ace's attack. Even Joseph had no time to continue roaring, and was quickly reduced to ashes in front of the absolute flames, and his flesh and blood were directly evaporated in the face of the high temperature. Not even the pungent smell of burning could be left behind. At this moment, the whole world was silent. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief, watching the scene where Joseph was instantly killed by Ace. At this moment, everything seemed to have stopped, even the eternal time seemed to have stopped passing at this moment. At the same time, the attribute panel in Lin Cheng's mind ushered in again. The system prompts the user to gain emotional points. However, because there is a limit to the emotional value of each person every day, the scene where Lin Cheng controlled Ace to block the magic cluster cannon has almost drained the emotional value that everyone present can provide every day. Upper limit, so Lin Cheng didn't gain much emotional value and just stopped when the emotional value reached about 500,000. PS, haha, the author is very happy to see so many readers watching. Thank you for your support. Chapter 19. It seems that the upper limit has been reached. Although there are many powerful magicians in Ghost Ruler and Fairy Tale who can contribute far more emotional value than ordinary people, the number of people is still basically small. Lin Cheng was thoughtful as he looked at the system panel where the emotion value in his mind was growing very slowly. This time the script was even better than Lin Cheng expected. Originally, Lin Cheng thought that harvesting 1 million emotional points would be enough, but to his surprise, he actually directly drained the maximum emotional value of everyone present. Lin Cheng harvested nearly 1.7 million emotional points. If the upper limit of the emotion value of everyone present was not about 1.7 million, I am afraid that Lin Cheng's current emotion value would not be more than doubled. After all, Joseph, who was one of the top 10 magicians, died. But if the upper limit of emotional value has been reached now, the next script will actually have no profit at all? Lin Cheng suddenly felt that it was a bit of a loss to continue to perform the subsequent script. After all, the audience at the scene had almost no emotional value to provide Lin Cheng. According to Lin Cheng's plan, there was a full-scale collision between two A-level dolls, Ace and Lazy. This is the debut of the two new forces organized by Link Hung, the Whitebeard Pirates and the Witch Cult. Forget it, no profit, no profit. The script must be performed well before the next script can be performed. Lin Cheng was a little helpless. This is also something that can't be helped. Of course, although the first wave of the most intense emotional value income has reached the upper limit, if there are no accidents, Lin Cheng's income will not be low after various newspapers report today's events. In fact, Lin Cheng was already preparing to spend money secretly, hiring some newspapers to report crazily that Joseph, the president of the Ghost Rulers and one of the top 10 magicians, was instantly killed by Ace. At that time, Lin Cheng made some predictions. Not to mention too much, 2 to 3 million emotional points probably won't go anywhere. After all, the population of the Kingdom of Fiori alone has reached 18 million. At least 1/3 of them have access to newspapers. According to the calculation, only 1/10 of the people who came into contact with the newspaper contributed emotional value to Lin Cheng. Each person only contributed a little emotional value to Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng's emotional value income could also reach 600,000. Thinking of this, Lin Cheng just smiled softly and turned his attention to Ace and Lazy again, preparing to start the main content of the script, the fight between the leaders of the Whitebeard Pirates and the Witch Cult. How is it possible? But, those are the 10 holy magicians. Lucy instinctively swallowed when she saw Joseph being instantly reduced to ashes by Ace's attack. Such a scene completely exceeded the limits of Lucy's imagination. Lucy must have been looking forward to the battle between Ace and Joseph. Ace had also blocked the terrifying magic cluster cannon just now, proving his strength. It was not that she had never thought that Ace could defeat Joseph, one of the top 10 magicians. However, defeat is a defeat, an instant kill is really too scary. At this moment, Lucy wanted to say something, but she couldn't. This guy does. Lucy wasn't the only one speechless. At this time, looking at such a scene, even Natsu, who had been clamoring for a duel with Ace, was speechless. Natsu was not an idiot. Of course he knew how powerful Joseph was. After all, he is on the same level as his old man, Makarov. I'm afraid, this guy is the real monster. Everyone in Fairy Tale had the exact same opinion in perfect agreement. Everyone should leave quickly. Looking at the shocked Fairy Tale people around him, Ace just smiled slightly and said the next guy will be in some trouble. I may not be able to save everyone. I'll leave the entrustment to Miss Urza. As he said that, Ace handed the portrait of Blackbeard in his arms to Urza next to him. Are they from the witch cult? Even you would feel trouble. After Urza heard Ace's words, she frowned sharply. Urza could clearly see Ace's performance just now. It was hard to imagine that someone who could be called very troublesome by Ace, what kind of terrifying strength a person would have. After thinking about it, Urza had nothing to hesitate about. After taking a pitiful look at the crumbling guild building behind her, she decided to give the order to the goblin. All the members of Tales stayed away from this place that was about to become the battlefield for a new round of battle. However, before Urza could say anything more, Urza felt a chill suddenly appear deep in her heart. A strange-sounding voice came from not far away. At some point, a man with green hair who looked obviously mentally disturbed appeared in the air. If Quanghua and Jackal from the Gate of Hades were here, they would definitely be able to recognize this green-haired man, who was the guy who killed him that day, Archbishop of Sin and Archbishop of Sloth of the Witch Cult. Chapter 20. The appearance of Lazy made everyone in Fairy Tale jump in their hearts when they saw Lazy for the first time. The crazy expression, the bloodshot eyes, and the crazy posture all over his body. Everything is showing the horror of laziness. Leave. It's so lazy. It's obvious that everything has just begun and I'm about to leave. Lazy looked at Ace below, with a strange smile on his face, and said, I'm really ashamed of Diligent. Was it you who was staying there just now? What a pity that we didn't have time to save President Joseph. I just felt that President Joseph would get along very well with you, the rats in the stinking ditch. Facing the appearance of Sloth, Ace was alert and relaxed slightly. Ace's movement of sighing in relief made Urza beside him look a little sideways, but considering the current tense situation, Urza Ace didn't say much about what to write. He looked at Lazy and sneered, it's still the same, lazy and diligent at the same time. It seems that my dad didn't beat you painfully last time. Everything is proceeding according to the script that Lin Cheng has set long ago. Although strictly speaking, the confrontation between the Whitebeard pirates and the witch cult feels a bit like a hodgepodge. Serious pirates should be more serious about the navy. They are more down to earth, but these two are the only ones Lin Cheng can hold up, so he can only forcefully stage a scene that the Whitebeard pirates and the witch cult can't deal with. Joseph died because he was too lazy. A lazy person cannot bear her favor. Facing Ace's provocation, Lazy's face still wore his trademark weird smile, and said, and now, I have accepted the new guidance. Even though I am lazy, I can be guided and I can be so diligent. Ah! The brain is shaking. As Lazy's words fell, Ace's expression suddenly changed. With himself as the starting point, endless flames poured out crazily. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the already crumbling Fairy Tale Guild headquarters collapsed. Completely in ruins. Ace lazily hugged Urza and jumped away with a solemn expression. Of course, Ace's control over the flames was very high and it did not harm Fairy Tale, who could not react. Everyone, Ace hugged Urza and left because he wanted to avoid the invisible attack. This is... Urza narrowed her eyes slightly as she looked at the silhouette looming in the flames. At this time, Ace jumped into the air with Urza in his arms, so Urza could see very clearly. In the flames, at some point, there was an invisible creature beside every Fairy Tale Guild member. Palm. If it hadn't been for Ace's sudden outburst, the consequences would have been disastrous. This is the power of the Sin Archbishop of the Witch Cult, the Invisible Hand. Although the speed of these hands is not very fast, their power is very powerful and cannot be seen or detected at all. Ace looked at the invisible palms that were gradually burned and disappeared by the flames he erupted, and explained with a serious expression, even if you use the haki of knowledge, you can only perceive the existence of the hands indirectly, not directly. It can only be revealed indirectly through dust, water, or now flames. Because of Sloth's power, the information about the invisible hand has long been obtained by the Gate of Hades. In order to make the script more realistic, Lin Cheng revealed the information about the invisible hand directly from Ace's mouth. Seeing and hearing domineering. Urza heard a new term come out of Ace's mouth again, and the confusion on her face became more serious. However, Urza also knew that the Sin Archbishop of the Witch Cult might be Ace's strong enemy, so she did not talk to Ace without permission. While Ace was distracted, he fell into a disadvantage. In this way, Lin Cheng used the verbal confrontation between Ace and Lazy to gradually make the images of the Whitebeard Pirates and the Witch Cult more three-dimensional. Whitebeard Pirates, Witch Cult. These two secret organizations that had never appeared before appeared in everyone's sight for the first time. At the same time, with Lazy's official appearance and action, the situation has become complicated. Originally it was just a war between the Ghost Ruler and Fairy Tail, but now it has become a battle between two completely new forces. The Archbishop of the Witch Cult. The captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Not only the people at Fairy Tail, but also the Ghost Rulers who have been very quiet since Joseph was killed instantly also learned about the situation here through the monitor magic. I kept thinking about the two new forces that suddenly appeared today. What's more disturbing is that neither the captain of the 2nd Division nor the so-called Sin Archbishop of the Witch Cult seems to be the top boss. I'm afraid the real horror is yet to come. Witch Cult. Could it be related to the Black Magic Order? While her heart was palpitating and shocked, Urza was also thinking. Because she was captured as a slave by the Black Magic Order who worshipped Zeref when she was a child, Urza has a particularly deep memory of the Black Magic Order. So the first time I heard about the Witch Cult, I thought of the Black Magic Cult. After all, they are all sects that worship a certain being extremely. But Urza didn't have much time to think. Soon, Ace and Lazy began to fight in front of everyone's eyes. Chapter 21. Endless flames are burning crazily. Everyone in Fairy Tail, led by Urza, quickly evacuated the battlefield between Ace and Sloth. The violent roar lasts for a long time. Ah, so diligent. Sloth looked at Ace who was attacking him crazily and laughed maniacally, saying only in this way can I be worthy of her love. Speaking, new invisible hands are constantly emerging from Lazy's body. Although there is a limit to the number of invisible hands that Lazy can use at the same time, when the invisible hands are burned away, or after being interrupted by Ace, a brand new invisible hand will immediately appear on Sloth's body. Then see how long you can fight for your life. Looking at Sloth who was laughing maniacally, Ace's eyes flashed wildly with a cold light. Under the burning of the flames and the cooperation of the Haki of Knowledge, Ace knew the position of each invisible hand clearly. Facing him, Ace knew the position of each invisible hand. Staring at the palms wrapped in burning flames one after another, Ace simply snorted and swept his arms. Now, as a 2-star doll, Ace has not only enhanced his abilities, but also his physical fitness. The same thing. Along with Ace's arm sweeping, the terrifying wind is the suffocating air pressure of the carrier. Under Ace's full burst, the air pressure alone makes the invisible hand of Sloth continue to break. Although Sloth and Ace are both A-level dolls, Sloth is only a level 1-star, and Ace is already a level 2-star. If it were not required by the script, Sloth and Ace would really be free to fight. It only takes an instant to kill Sloth. Ace is better at single-target combat than Sloth, not to mention that his star rating is 1 star higher than Sloth's. However, Lin's acting is about the same. The purpose of the city is just to show the power of the Sloth Archbishop through this script. There are examples of Ace killing Joseph in an instant. Fighting with Ace to this level of Sloth is enough to be taken seriously. Ace's eyes flashed, and he punched Lazy in front of everyone. Along with a dense sound of bones breaking, Ace's flames completely hit Lazy in front of everyone. Burned to ashes, looking like Ace had won. Of course, Sloth was indeed killed by Ace, but Sloth had the passive skill Fingertip Rebirth, which could temporarily consume a C-level doll. Resurrection. Now, Lazy has been resurrected directly to Lin Cheng. Ace also pretended that he had to use up a lot of energy to kill Lazy. Did you win? After seeing Ace burn Sloth to ashes, Urza quickly rushed over with Fairy Tail and everyone, and asked with some concern, I see, Mr. Ace, you burned that guy to ashes. He must be dead. He must be dead, needless to say. Before Ace could say anything, Natsu, who was also approaching, interrupted. I just saw it with my own eyes. Ace burned that guy to ashes. They were all burned to ashes, how could they still be alive? As a conventional Japanese protagonist, Natsu's thoughts are always unexpectedly pure and innocent. Haha, it's not that simple. What I just killed was just a clone of the lazy archbishop. Looking at the fairy tale crowd surrounding him, Ace showed a hint of helpless expression on his face, and said with a wry smile, as one of the 7 deadly sins, how can the lazy archbishop be solved so easily? Even if you are a dad, it is indeed very simple to defeat that guy. However, if you have murderous intentions and want to kill that guy, it will not be that easy. Facing the inquiries from everyone at Fairy Tale, Ace explained with unusual patience. Under Lin Cheng's control, Ace very patiently revealed most of the information that the witch cult could disclose, allowing everyone at Fairy Tale to, there are other people in the future who can have a basic understanding of the witch cult. Otherwise, the witch cult is too invincible and it is meaningless. The most important thing is that only by understanding the horror of the witch cult can we arouse emotions. Okay, the appearance of the witch cult is indeed something I didn't expect. Regarding the task entrustment of Blackbeard, I asked Miss Urza and everyone to pay more attention to it. After feeling that it was almost done, Lin Cheng also began to prepare for Ace's exit. The first phase of the script was officially over, and Lin Cheng had not had time to think about the second phase of the script. After all, now Lin Cheng only has Ace and Lazy. A puppet. If you continue to stay here, people from the Magic Council will come after a while. Then the Magic Council will definitely try to ask for very detailed information, which will be a little unclear from Ling Hung. For the second stage of the script, Lin Cheng had to wait for a few days for the events to ferment, and after harvesting a wave of emotional values, he had enough emotional values to draw a new puppet, and then he could arrange the second phase of the script through the new puppets. Chapter 22. Ace smiled and waved his hand, saying, I have to go back and tell my dad what happened today. I'll see you all again in a while. After saying that, Ace directly used the ability of the burning fruit and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. After no one saw Ace's figure, Lin Cheng directly used the remote recall function to recall Ace. After arriving in his system backpack, this time's script came to a perfect end. Not long after Ace left, Makarov also came back. After Sha and others knew what had just happened, they directly contributed tens of thousands of emotional points to Lin Cheng, which can be said to be quite nice. And this is just the beginning of the Magic Council. After the meeting, there were reports from major newspapers. Lin Cheng had arranged for several dolls to go to work in several well-known newspapers. If there were no surprises, there would be reports about the war between the Ghost Ruler and Fairy Tale tomorrow. The Whitebeard Pirates, the Witch Cult, and Ace's instant killing of the top 10 magicians will all be reported. Whitebeard Pirates, Witch Cult. Makarov looked at Urza, who was standing in front of him reporting to him, frowned deeply, and said with some thought, that guy named Ace really killed that guy Joseph. Just an attack. Even though he had clearly learned the whole story from Urza's mouth, Makarov was still extremely shocked. This shock directly completely wiped out the anger in Makarov's heart towards the Ghost Ruler. After all, even if the war between Ghost Ruler and Fairy Tale reached this level, Makarov never thought of killing Joseph. After all, it was the Light Mage Guild and needed to ensure a certain order. Well, that's right. Before that, he had blocked an attack from a magic cluster cannon with great ease. Urza understands Makarov's shocked expression very well at this moment. Even if she is at the first scene and even in the best viewing position, Urza herself is extremely unbelievable at this moment. Standing on the mainland, Joseph Pola, one of the top 10 holy magicians, was instantly killed by a little-known nobody, and this nobody was a captain who had never heard of the force. Just a captain. By the way, president and the witch cult. Although all of us saw that Ace killed the Sin Archbishop of the witch cult. Urza said to Makarov with a serious face. However, Ace said that he did not kill the Sin Archbishop of the witch cult. In other words, the opponent's missing body can fight against him. This so-called Sin Archbishop may be even more terrifying than Ace. The missing body is a clone in the world of fairy tale. After learning the missing body magic, the wizard can choose to divide his mental power and part of the magic power in his body to form a missing body with part of the combat power. The missing body at most, it can only have 50% of the combat power of the main body. The missing body can be weaker but never stronger. Once the ratio is exceeded, the main body and the missing body will be imbalanced, and serious consequences will occur, including the mildest symptoms. The missing body will have its own new consciousness and stand on its own, causing the main body to permanently lose the fighting power of the missing body. In other words, when Urza and others are serious, Ace is trying his best to defeat just one person with the main body. It's just a clone of the missing body that doesn't exceed 50% of its strength. The world is getting more and more chaotic. Urza, what's the situation with the ghost ruler now? As Urza continued to report, Makarov shook his head with a headache and turned his attention to the other side, the Ghost Ruler Guild. Originally, the protagonists this time should be Fairy Tale and Ghost. The Dominators are the two strongest guilds in the Kingdom of Fiori. However, due to the appearance of the Whitebeard Pirates and the Witch Cult, Makarov has been back for nearly half an hour and has not dealt with the Ghost Dominator. The Ghost Ruler chose to surrender after you returned, President. They know very well that after President Joseph's death, no one will be able to confront you, President. This time, the Ghost Rulers surrendered very decisively. After all, there is no guild master at the level of the top 10 magicians. Facing Makarov, who is also at the level of the top 10 magicians, they have almost no resistance. Leeway. Moreover, the time has already reached this time, and the Magic Council has probably already sent people on their way. Continuing to resist at this time will definitely not end well. Okay, that's it. I guess the Magic Council is coming, so prepare to take a confession. Makarov sighed slightly and said with a smile, although it is us who started the war this time, everyone has seen what the Ghost Ruler did, so there should be nothing wrong. Chapter 23. The headquarters of the Magic Council. The Magic Council consists of a speaker and 9 members. This speaker and 9 members can be said to symbolize the pinnacle of power on the continent and possess the power of the world's police. At this moment, the speaker and members, a total of 10 members, who were regarded as extremely noble by the outside world, gathered together. The all-out war between the Ghost Ruler and Fairy Tale, the death of one of the 10 holy wizards, Joseph Pola, and the organizations that surfaced, the Witch Cult and the Whitebeard Pirates. There is no doubt that everything here is a big deal even if taken individually, not to mention that all these things happened in a very short period of time, all crowded together. I should have seen almost all the information. After confirmation by the captain of the 4th Forced Supervision Force, Lahar, the news was all true. Speaker. Crawford looked at the silent members and said expressionlessly, Joseph Pola, the 6th of the 10 great magicians, has been confirmed dead. The murderer is an unknown organization, the Whitebeard Pirates. Captain of the 2nd Division. Boscat D. Ace. I wonder what you are going to do with this, Mr. Ace. Each position looks at things differently. For example, in Fairy Tale, Ace is Fairy Tale's savior. Everyone in Fairy Tale has a high opinion of Ace. But, things are different in the Magic Council. What's more, the organization behind Ace is not another organization name, but the Whitebeard Pirates. You don't need to think about it. The Magic Council will never define pirates as righteous beings. Mr. Speaker, if all the information is true. So I think it's time to start arresting Mr. Ace and the force behind him, the Whitebeard Pirates. In the parliamentary seat, a handsome young man with sky-blue broken hair stood up and chuckled. Even the Balam Alliance in the Dark Guild would not dare to kill people so openly. Not to mention killing the top 10 magicians canonized by our Magic Council. No matter what, the name of the organizational force behind Mr. Ace and his methods of doing things are very human. They should be arrested to serve as a warning to others. The name of the blue-haired counselor is Zeke Lane. He is Urza's childhood sweetheart, and Jalal's missing body has extremely powerful and terrifying strength. He only relies on the missing body's strength of no more than 50%. Ranked among the top 10 magicians, he is an extremely rare person who became a member of the Magic Council at an unusually young age. It can be said that his talent, strength, and talents are all outstanding and outstanding. At the same time, he is also powerful. He was extremely proud and arrogant because of his strength. Jalal believed in the death of Joseph, but when it came to instant killing, Jalal could not even regain the mental power and magic power in his memory body and regain the power he had in his prime. There is no way to do it, let alone believe that Ace killed Joseph instantly. Therefore, although he could feel that Ace had great power, Jalal only paid a little attention to Ace and others. The Whitebeard pirates behind the scenes take it too seriously. However, Ace, who was able to kill the 10 holy wizards, was actually just the captain of the 2nd division. And the Whitebeard pirates behind it. And the Sin Archbishop of the witch cult who can fight Ace just by relying on his thoughts body. It's really interesting. I didn't expect that there are so many interesting things in the dark corners of this world. While Jalal was thinking, an extremely beautiful woman standing next to Jalal's missing body spoke. I think what Cheek Lean said is right. No matter what, the powerful Mr. Ace killed people. The woman who supports Jalal is Arusha, a member of the same faction as Jalal. She seems to be Jalal's little follower and obeys Jalal's orders, but in fact she stands behind him. There is a mastermind behind Jalal, a mastermind that Jalal himself has never noticed. I think things can't be too absolute. Joseph Pola, who was one of the top 10 magicians at that time, was obviously in a state of losing his mind. Not only did he use the magic cluster cannon Jupiter in the direction of a town with a large number of civilians, but he also prepared to use his strongest magic in the same direction again. Facing the most powerful magic from one of the 10 holy wizards, you will definitely need to deal with it with all your strength. It's normal to miss a moment. On the other side, an old man who looked a little thin and was about the same size as Makarov spoke. The name of this old man who looked about the same size as Makarov was Yajma, and he was Makarov's good friend. Because of his relationship with Makarov, he often defended everyone in Fairy Tale who got into trouble. It was the same this time. Ajima, who also knew what happened, was ready to speak for Ace. Chapter 24. After retrieving Ace through the remote retrieval function, Lin Cheng no longer paid attention to what happened next. Whether it was a meeting of the Magic Council, or some other forces were shocked, Lin Cheng had already anticipated the reactions of these major forces in the previous month. The current emotional value is 700,000. Starting tomorrow, there will definitely be a surge in emotional value. If the 700,000 emotional value is used for the lottery, after a little research, you can check out the new panel. Lin Cheng looked thoughtfully at the balance of emotion values in his mind. The emotion value of 700,000 does not seem to be of much use to Lin Cheng, who now owns 2 A-level dolls. Especially after tomorrow's incident gradually ferments, if Lin Cheng's emotional value is simply added to the end by a 0, there won't be any big problem, so Lin Cheng is not ready to sit idle. Prepare to use the 700,000 emotional points first. Drawing dolls is definitely not enough, so go check out the newly opened Skill Mall. Skill Mall, $1 million can draw a skill once. Looking at the introduction on the Skill Mall, Lin Cheng couldn't help but fell silent. He didn't expect that it would cost 1 million emotional points to extract a skill. However, after thinking about the effects of Lin Cheng's 2 existing skills, Lin Cheng became relieved again. If the effect of each skill can be used like a reverse summon or a scapegoat, let alone 1 million emotional points to extract a skill and see it, even if it is 10 million, Lin Cheng will not care. Is there a plus sign? Now that he couldn't afford the skills mall, Lin Cheng turned his attention to several other pages on the system panel. Then I was a little surprised to find that there was a faint and sign behind the skill levels of my two new skills, Reverse Summon and Suicide Doll. Without any hesitation, Lin Cheng directly clicked on the and sign behind the Suicide Doll. Following Lin Cheng's actions, Lin Cheng's emotional value changed from the previous 700,000 points to 600,000 points, while the level of the Scapegoat Doll changed from the previous LV1 to LV2. Effect of Scapegoat Doll LV2. The host can block a fatal blow for himself at the cost of permanently losing a doll. Cooling down is 23 hours. The cooling time was reduced by 1 hour, which surprised Lin Cheng. If the cooldown time can be reduced by 1 level every time you upgrade, then you only need to upgrade the skill level of the Scapegoat to LV25, and the cooldown time of the Scapegoat will become 0. At that time, as long as Lin Cheng has enough puppets, Lin Cheng will have no solution until the number of puppets is exhausted. Coupled with reverse summoning, it is simply a pleasure. Lin Cheng clicked twice on the plus sign of the Scapegoat again, and then it stopped moving. At this time, the skill level of the Scapegoat has reached LV4, and the cooling time has also changed from the previous 23 hours to the current 21 hours, but the upgrade cost is not constant. From LV1 to LV2, Lin Cheng spent 100,000 emotional points. From LV2 to LV3, Lin Cheng spent 200,000 emotional points. From LV3 to LV4 now, Lin Cheng spent 300,000 emotional points to upgrade. Lin Cheng spent 600,000 yuan, and the remaining emotional value can no longer be used to upgrade skills. This rate of increase is acceptable. Each time a skill is upgraded, the skill upgrade price increases by 100,000 emotional points. Even so, raising the level of the Scapegoat to LV25 is still not a small sum, and Lin Cheng also needs to spend a lot of emotional value on the doll lottery. However, there is still some hope. Lin Cheng, tomorrow is the day to pay wages. After getting paid, let's go to a big city for 2 days. Before Lin Cheng could continue thinking, the tavern had been busy all day, and when it was time to close, Meng Meng flew to Lin Cheng with an expectant look on her face and said, "I heard from others that in those big cities, there are so many fun things. I Clea, come too. Anyway, I have 2 days off on the weekend tomorrow and there is nothing to do." Because I asked I Clea and Meng Meng to take care of the business of the tavern with me. Therefore, Lin Cheng will pay I Clea and Meng Meng's salary every month, and tomorrow is the time to pay the salary. It has already been Meng Meng, who has been looking forward to it for a long time, can't wait to go out and play. The tavern in Linkheng is still a little special in this era. For example, it will be closed for 2 days on weekends. Meng Meng, go with Lin Cheng. Before Lin Cheng could say anything, I Clea was the first to refuse. Although the big city is prosperous, it also means that there are magicians. I Clea really doesn't like those magicians, so she doesn't want them. Go to a big city. Even if she doesn't go, she may be disappointed. Seeing her expression suddenly become a little disappointed, a helpless smile appeared on her face. Said, "I don't like going to those big cities." It's not like you don't know, Meng Meng. If you have a weekend off, Meng Meng, you can go play with Lin Cheng, and I will stay to look after the house. Chapter 25. I Clea gained immortality. They are one of the very few people in the fairy tale world who survived from 400 years ago to 400 years later. However, there seems to be no real immortality in fairy tale. Almost all people who have achieved immortality have more or less shortcomings. Needless to say, Ziraf, the ancestor of the black magicians, was cursed by God and lived a miserable life. Even if you meet your true love, you can only watch it being robbed of your life by the curse on you, which is desolate. The black dragon Aknologia is not considered to have gained immortality. It can only be said to have gained a lifespan as long as that of a dragon. However, through observation of the original work, his mental state is not much better. Urza's mother, Erin, the queen of the Dragon Kingdom 400 years ago, was a heroic figure, but she also paid a heavy price after transforming into a dragon, that is, she lost almost all her feelings. Almost all of my sense of taste and touch was lost. It can be said that the meaning of living has been completely lost. The last one is Iclea. Iclea's immortality is the most effective in fairy tale. The only negative effect is the loss of memory caused by the passage of time. Now, Iclea is in a state of memory loss. However, even if her memory is lost, the scene where her village was destroyed by greedy magicians 400 years ago is unforgettable, so now, even if her memory is lost, Iclea still hates magicians extremely. I have a hatred for magicians that is engraved into my soul. Isn't it true that Iclea hates bustling cities? Looking at Meng Meng, who was a little depressed, Lin Cheng just focused on Iclea and said with a smile, Iclea hates the magicians and the Magicians Guild that have returned to existence in the bustling city, right? When we go to big cities tomorrow weekend, can't we just avoid the magicians and the Magicians Guild? As he spoke, Lin Cheng casually took out tomorrow's newspaper. Well, that's right, it's tomorrow's newspaper. This is a newspaper template made in advance by several puppets sent by Lin Cheng to work in the newspaper office, and determined that tomorrow it will be published, so I sent it to Lin Cheng in advance to confirm it. After looking at the contents of the newspaper, Lin Cheng smiled at Iclea and said, Magnolia is good. The two strongest guilds in the kingdom of Fiori, Fairy Tale, and the Ghost Ruler, went into full-scale war. In the end, Fairy Tale won a comprehensive victory. However, the Fairy Tale Guild headquarters had been destroyed into ruins and was preparing to rebuild from scratch. It will create a more magnificent building and prepare to become one of Magnolia's landmark buildings. Lin Cheng read out the contents of the newspaper to Iclea and said, now there are magicians in Magnolia. They are all busy building their own new guild headquarters. So, if we go to Magnolia, we just need to avoid the area where Fairy Tale is. He would definitely not meet a wizard from the Fairy Tale Guild. As Lin Cheng continued to persuade, the expression on Iclea's face became obviously hesitant. In fact, Iclea did not have to stay in a city without a magician's guild, it was just because of her instinct she hates magicians, so she chooses to live in a town without magicians' guilds and magicians according to her own mood. However, since she created Meng Meng and encountered Lin City, Iclea has actually changed over time. He said that he didn't want to make friends, but he really regarded Meng Meng and Lin Cheng as his friends, so Lin Cheng's persuasion was effective. Otherwise, if someone else comes over, even if he mentions Hua, Iclea will not pay attention. Yes, yes. Iclea, why don't you go to the big city with us? Meng Meng also noticed Iclea's hesitant expression, and quickly flew to Iclea's body and said coquettishly, I promise I won't meet the magician whom Iclea hates. Lin Cheng's words have always been very reliable. I will definitely not lie to Iclea. Never mind. There is really nothing we can do against you. Iclea looked at Meng Meng, who was holding her arms and being coquettish to her, and Lin Cheng, who was sitting at the bar not far away and smiling at her. She sighed slightly and said, just this time. This will not be the case next time. Under the joint persuasion of Lin Cheng and Meng Meng, Iclea temporarily put aside her grudge against the magician. At the same time, when agreeing to Lin Cheng and Meng Meng, Iclea subconsciously touched the one that had been hanging on her for the half-stone on her neck. Iclea only knew that the name of the stone was the Phoenix Stone. Iclea didn't know anything more specific. Oh yeah, great. So let's go to bed early today. After seeing Iclea agree to him, Meng Meng jumped up happily and said with excitement, take the earliest train tomorrow so that we can arrive before noon. I've wanted to go to an amusement park in a big city since I was very young. Chapter 26. The time soon arrived the next morning. Under Meng Meng's urging, Lin Cheng and Iclea arrived at the train station early, waiting for the first train of the day, which would only leave at 6 o'clock in the morning. Although it is a very remote town, it is still a town, and there are still things like trains. After all, only when roads are connected in all directions can a country's economy become developed. Wanted warrant. Whitebeard Pirates, Captain of the 2nd Division, Poscata D. Ace. While waiting for the train, Meng Meng noticed a place not far away where a wanted poster was posted. The latest and most wanted poster on it was exactly what Ace looked like. It has to be said that the world of magic is all about convenience. The wanted poster was about Ace. Ace's appearance is almost the same as Ace himself. At a glance, he can tell that it was captured by a camera similar to that of the magical world. After the meeting of the Magic Council on how to deal with the new force, the Whitebeard Pirates, yesterday, wanted notices about Ace were everywhere in the Fiori Kingdom almost overnight. Therefore, even if it was just before 6 o'clock in the morning, Lin Cheng's emotional value income was already close. 200,000. You know, this is different from Lin Cheng personally sending puppets to act. The effect of this kind of indirect guidance on emotional fluctuations will be greatly reduced, and most of them have a very high daily emotional value limit. Even so, the day has not officially started, and the newspapers have not been officially sold. It can be said that Lin Cheng's emotional value income has reached 200,000 just by relying on the simplest wanted notice. Lin Cheng is full of expectations for today. I saw this reported in the newspaper. It seemed that a very powerful magician was about to cause trouble. This person went to stop him and accidentally killed the magician who was about to cause trouble. He eventually became a wanted person. Lin Cheng looked at Meng Meng and explained with a smile, however, people probably don't care about such things as wanted. After all, they have been pirates from the beginning. Although the emotions aroused were very meager, Lin Cheng didn't mind accepting Meng Meng's emotion points. And not far away, Ike Leia, who also pricked up her ears, also contributed an amount of emotion points to Lin Cheng. Well, these powerful magicians are the cause of cholera. After hearing the conversation between Lin Cheng and Meng Meng, Ike Leia snorted softly and said, without this group of magicians, the world would definitely become much quieter. At this time, Ike Leia is still in a state of extreme disgust towards all magicians. Maybe. Okay, don't be angry, the train is here, let's get on it. Lin Cheng looked at the sulky Ike Leia and smiled helplessly. Although she has experienced 400 years, due to the lack of memory, sometimes Ike Leia seems like a life-loving person. Sulky kid. I'm much older than you. Looking at Lin Cheng, who was coaxing her like a child, Ike Leia snorted again and said, so, there is no need to treat me like a child. After saying that, Ike Leia took Meng Meng to the cabin of the train first, leaving Lin Cheng standing there with a funny expression on his face. This should be the so-called tsundere, right? If he had blonde hair, he would probably achieve the blonde loser achievement. Before Lin Cheng traveled through time, there was always a truth in the two-dimensional world. If a girl has blonde hair and is a bit arrogant in character, she will eventually become a loser, well, an emotional loser. The next thing will naturally become simpler. Lin Cheng, Ike Leia, and Meng Meng were enjoying the scenery in the slightly luxurious box and quickly headed towards Magnolia, one of the few prosperous cities in the Kingdom of Fiori. Go ahead. During this period, as time passed, as newspapers were sold, and the crowds became more active, Lin Cheng's emotional value was like a volcano that had accumulated for thousands of years. Once it erupted, it was unstoppable. From 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock, Lin Cheng's mood value increased by 200,000, from 200,000 to 400,000. At the same time, at 7 o'clock, the newspapers that major newspapers had already prepared for printing began to be purchased by people who got up and became more active. Lin Cheng's emotional value began to increase further. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, Lin Cheng's emotion value had reached 4 million. At this time, Lin Cheng's emotion value increase rate has slowed down slightly, but he still maintains an emotion value income of about 1 million an hour. After all, the population of the Kingdom of Fiori is 18 million. The Ghost Ruler and Fairy Tale are recognized in the Kingdom of Fiori as the two strongest magician guilds in the country, and they go into full-scale war in front of the two strongest magician guilds. The two strongest guilds are about to decide who is truly the strongest. Needless to say, there is no need to elaborate on the topics contained in this, not to mention the even more exciting incident later on, where the Holy Ten Guild leader of the Ghost Ruler was instantly killed by a nobody. Reading books on May Day is a joy. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 27. At around 11:30 p.m., when Lin Cheng, Iclea, and Meng Meng walked out of the train station in Magnolia, Lin Cheng's emotion level officially exceeded 6 million. At the same time, we can also truly understand from here how huge the full-scale war between Fairy Tale and the Ghost Ruler, as well as the death of Joseph Pola, the sixth of the top 10 magicians, has caused sensation. In the early days, when the major dark forces in Fairy Tale had not surfaced, the Holy 10 Magicians were indeed a title with great value. Wow! This is a big city, there are so many people. Looking at the almost overcrowded station, Meng Meng's face was full of yearning expression. As one of the few prosperous cities in the Kingdom of Fiori, Magnolia has a permanent population of nearly 1 million. For most buildings, for a city with a maximum building floor of no more than 10 floors, a population of nearly 1 million can be said to be a very large number. The number of residents in the remote town where Lin Cheng and Iclea stayed before was only 2. Around 10,000, and in the eyes of urban aging, most young people yearn for prosperous towns. Well, let me look at the map. According to the plan, we should go for lunch now. Lin Cheng took out the map he had prepared long ago from his arms, smiled and pointed in the opposite direction to the Fairy Tale Guild, and said the Wizards Guild, Fairy Tale, is in the other direction, so let's eat in this area. The Fairy Tale Guild is in a relatively remote part of the city and will not affect us. Although the emotion value has exceeded 6 million, Lin Cheng did not focus on the system panel in his mind. Instead, he began to concentrate on playing in Magnolia with Iclea and Meng Meng. Get up! First, Lin Cheng took Iclea and Meng Meng to eat at one of the most famous Western restaurants in Magnolia. With more than 100 tool dolls working for Lin Cheng didn't need to worry at all. Money matters. After eating Wuhan, Lin Cheng and Iclea took Meng Meng to their dream amusement park in a prosperous town. In terms of human appearance, they look like a family of 3, and some interesting episodes did occur before entering the amusement park. Boy, how old are you this year? An old man wearing reading glasses looked at Lin Cheng and Iclea walking together, with a smile on his face, and said kindly, I brought my wife and children to the amusement park today. As the old man finished speaking, Iclea's eyes instantly became a little panicked. A blush quietly flashed on her pretty face. Old Grandpa, you saw it wrong. Let me tell you, I am not this guy's wife. Iclea grabbed the unresponsive Meng Meng on the ground, raised it in front of the old man, and said in a panic, look, this is a bird, how can it be a human? Haha, Grandpa made a mistake. But the girl and the boy seemed to match each other quite well. The old man adjusted the reading glasses on the bridge of his nose, and then he saw his misty appearance clearly, and said with a dumb smile, forget it, Grandpa, let's not talk about it, hurry up and take your boyfriend into play. My wife is still waiting for me to come home and cook. As he said that, the old man didn't wait for the red-faced Iclea to continue to say something. He just waved to Lin Cheng, made a gesture that there was no need to thank him, and then staggered away. If the old man can talk, just talk more. Lin Cheng looked at the old man's back and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Iclea, on the other hand, looked left and right with a somewhat flustered expression, and secretly glanced at Lin Cheng from time to time. In fact, if no one pointed it out, Iclea would not have any special feelings when getting along with Lin Cheng. But when someone pointed it out, Iclea felt like a little deer bumping into each other. Ahem, okay. It's our turn to enter, Lin Cheng, let's go in quickly. After coughing twice and relieving her panic a little, Ikleia acted as if nothing had happened, holding Meng Meng in her arms and quickly walked towards the ticket gate of the amusement park. In this regard, Lin Cheng he didn't say much. There was nothing to say. Lin Cheng did have a lot of affection for Ikleia. After all, it was Ikleia and Meng Meng who took him in, saying that they were a burden. But when Lin Cheng had a fever, he still spent almost all his money to buy Lin Cheng anti-fever medicine. However, Ikleia was not ready yet, so Lin Cheng was not prepared to do much. Just a small assist from the old man was enough. Let's talk about falling in love after Ikleia's knot is resolved. Ikleia's heart knot. The phoenix sealed in the phoenix stone has at least the strength of a giant dragon or even a dragon king, but it still needs to be accumulated more. Following Ikleia, who was stumbling around a little, Lin Cheng looked at the system panel in his mind, thoughtfully. Chapter 28. The first day in Magnolia came to an end quickly. Because there are quite a lot of entertainment items in the amusement park, and there are many interesting performances, it was not until nearly 9 o'clock in the evening that Lin Cheng, Ikleia, and Meng Meng played all the items in the amusement park Read It Again. Overall, both Ikleia and Meng Meng were very happy. Especially for Ikleia, the day she spent playing in the amusement park could almost be said to be the happiest day in the 400 years from the day when the incident occurred in the village 400 years ago to now. The effect is better than I imagined. Today is not over yet, and the emotional value has already reached 18 million. In the hotel room, Lin Cheng sat cross-legged on the soft big bed, looking at the 8-digit emotional value balance that had reached 8 digits without realizing it. He was in a very good mood. 18 million emotional values, this is the effect after the first stage of script fermentation. And even now, Lin Cheng's emotional income per hour is still around 500,000. It is estimated that Lin Cheng's emotional income will remain at a considerable level in the past week. After he was happy, Lin Cheng began to think about how to spend the 18 million emotional points. After all, this is related to Lin Cheng's second stage script. As long as the second stage script is performed well and all major diving forces appear on the stage, the emotional value will definitely not be reduced. Therefore, it can only consume 10 million emotional points and the opportunity to upgrade Ace to 3 stars can only be temporarily put aside. Although the combat power of Samsung Ace will be awakened in the Shasheo Fruit domain, and the combat power will completely reach the level of the 4 Emperors, what I lack now is not absolutely powerful combat power, but a new doll with strong combat power. Lin Cheng got up from the bed and sat in front of the desk equipped in the hotel room. Grab a pen and start writing and drawing on a piece of paper. Well, at this stage, the relationship between Lin Cheng and Ikleia is not that close, so when they stayed in the hotel, Lin Cheng had a separate room, while Ikleia lived in the same room with Meng Meng. Although it was a little regretful, no one would bother Lin Cheng at this time. 18 million emotion points would allow Lin Cheng to draw a diamond level doll with a guaranteed level of A, and 8 gold level doll draws. However, Lin Cheng is not prepared to use all the emotional values for puppet extraction. The system consumes 6 million emotion points to extract 6 gold level dolls, and then consumes 10 million emotion points at the same time to extract a diamond level doll. Lin Cheng wants to see the chances of drawing a gold level doll with a guaranteed level of B, and the probability of drawing an A level doll. Ding! Spend 16 million emotional points and start the puppet extraction. A golden and azure turntable kept turning in Lin Cheng's mind. Different from the previous single draw, this time there were 7 pointers on the turntable, which were rotating extremely irregularly. Finally, the 7 pointers on the turntable were fixed, and 7 figures appeared in Lin Cheng's mind. Congratulations to the host, for winning the Naruto series, Akatsuki Zero, and Uzumaki Nagato. Congratulations to the host, for winning the Naruto series, Akatsuki Shiro, and Konan. Congratulations to the host, for winning the Naruto series, Akatsuki Minami, and Kisame Kisaki. Congratulations to the host, I won the Naruto series, Akatsuki Jade and Scorpion. Congratulations to the host, for winning the Naruto series, Akatsuki Blue, Deidara. Congratulations to the host, I won the Naruto series, Akatsuki North, Angle. Congratulations to the host, you won the Naruto series, Akatsuki, 3, Hiden. What an unexpected coincidence. Is it because they are drawn from the same batch, so the dolls from the same world and the same camp are automatically drawn? Looking at the 7 figures in his mind, Lin Cheng was a little surprised. Originally, Lin Cheng thought that with so many dolls drawn at the same time this time, the dolls that came out would be of all kinds. Unexpectedly, I actually picked out dolls from the same camp, Akatsuki, who is quite famous in the Naruto world. Uzumaki Nagato. A-grade doll. Star rating. Naruto series, Akatsuki 0. Abilities, Samsara I, Beginner, Ninjutsu, Mastery, Taijutsu, Beginner, Illusion, Mastery. Special effects, Samsara I Entry, Unlocked, Samsara I Mastery, Unlocked, Toad Sage Mode, Unlocked, 6-Path Sage Mode, Unlocked, is the same as the A-level doll Ace that Linkhung already has. Uzumaki Nagato is also an A-class doll who is very good at fighting. However, this is not the end. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an A-level doll, an accessory doll to the Uzumaki Nagato doll. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heavenly Path, the Shura Path, the Animal Path, the Human Path, the Hungry Ghost Path, and the Hell Path. A bumper harvest in the true sense. Lin Cheng recruited almost all the members of the Akatsuki organization, and with the addition of the Akatsuki organization, Lin Cheng's second stage script completely solved the problem of insufficient number of powerful enough puppets. Chapter 29. But the only regret is that I didn't draw Ataki Uchiha. Sure enough, is it because Uchiha Ataki's rating is above B level, making him an A-level doll? If I have any regrets, it's probably that I didn't win Uchiha Ataki. In this regard, Lin Cheng felt that it was not that he was unlucky, but that the points he spent could not continue to draw the second A-level doll besides Uzumaki Nagato. As for the probability of easily drawing an A-level doll with 1 million emotion points, Lin Cheng felt that the reason why he was able to win the A-level doll Ace that time just by spending millions of emotion points was entirely because of his bad luck. After drawing the dolls, Lin Cheng still had 2 million emotional points left. The system spent 1 million emotional points to upgrade the A-level doll Uzumaki Nagato to 2 stars. The combat effectiveness of the A-level 1-star dolls is still slightly inferior. But there is nothing that can be done about it. In the world of fairy tale, combat effectiveness is indeed on the high side. Although the A-level 1-star doll is considered a strong person in the fairy tale world, it is not a particularly strong existence. At most, it can only fight against the early boss, characters like Joseph. Only by becoming an A-level 2-star can one be considered to have a considerable level of combat effectiveness in the world of fairy tale. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining an A-level 2-star doll. Ding! The A-level doll Uzumaki Nagato was successfully promoted to star, and Uzumaki Nagato's condition has been fully restored. Following Lin Cheng's series of actions, Uzumaki Nagato, who initially looked a little sickly, instantly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his pale and sickly skin became rosy and shiny. At this time, through 2-star upgrades, Lin Cheng also roughly knew the status corresponding to each star level of the doll. When Ace is a star and Uzumaki Nagato is a star, their combat power is similar to that of the original, there is no difference. However, both Ace and Uzumaki Nagato died young, and their combat power was not at its peak and they received their lunches early. Especially Uzumaki Nagato, his body was overdrawn in various ways, and in the end he could only rely on puppet clones to act. But once Ace and Uzumaki Nagato Shosei become 2 stars, it will be completely different. The 2-star state corresponds to the peak period that the doll did not exist in the original work. For example, in The War on Top, Ace was not killed by Blackbeard. Ace continued to practice and develop for about 10 years, which is probably the 2-star Ace. Of combat effectiveness, Uzumaki Nagato's side is similar. When Uzumaki Nagato's star level reaches 2 stars, it means that Uzumaki Nagato has not experienced any overdrafts or hidden injuries, and has been practicing in the most perfect state. As for Samsung, Lin Cheng simply speculated. 3 stars is equivalent to the doll reaching the most perfect state in theory. For example, Uzumaki Nagato has the theoretical possibility of becoming the savior and finally possesses the 6-path sage mode. Ace has theoretically developed to the most perfect state and has the combat power to awaken from the burning fruit. 1 star equals the original life, 2 stars equals a smooth life, and 3 stars equals a theoretically perfect life. After upgrading Uzumaki Nagato to the star, Lin Cheng still had 1 million emotional points left. As for what to do with these 1 million emotional points, Lin Cheng had already had his own idea. That is the skill draw in the skill mall with a single draw price of 1 million. The system consumes 1 million emotional points to extract skills. A roulette wheel that was completely different from the doll roulette wheel appeared in Lin Cheng's mind. Then a different style of pointer rotates rapidly on the roulette wheel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Attribute Sharing LV1. Attribute Sharing LV1 effect. Obtain 10% of the attribute blessing of a designated doll. This is another extremely practical skill. If the last scapegoat and reverse summon gave Lin Cheng an extremely strong and almost insurmountable ability to escape, then this time's attribute sharing gave Lin Cheng real power. However, even though he won a good thing, there were too many surprises for Lin Cheng tonight. At this point, Lin Cheng already felt a little numb. System. Use attribute sharing, specify the puppet, Boskata D Ace. Although Ace and Uzumaki Nagato are both combat-type dolls. But in terms of single-target combat capabilities, the 2-star Ace is still stronger. Although Uzumaki Nagato is also very strong, his single-target attributes are still weaker than Ace. That's why Lin Cheng very decisively chose Ace as his shared attribute doll. Of course, attribute sharing is a two-way buff. Ace can also get 10% of Lin Cheng's own attribute blessing, but this kind of blessing is almost negligible. In this way, we can almost start planning the second script. Let me think about it. The current timeline is a few days after the Ghost chapter. What is the next plot? The Tower of Paradise. By the way, it's the Leo Celestial Spirit chapter. It's too short and I can't remember it clearly. Chapter 30. Because the time was a little long ago, it took Lin Cheng a little time to recall before he remembered the relatively specific plot of Fairy Tale. After the ghost story, we entered a relatively dull story, the Leo Celestial Spirit story. It's not that interesting. The more interesting Tower of Paradise chapter comes next. Tower of Paradise, Magic Council, Devil's Heart. Looking at the words written on the paper, Lin Cheng began to think about the structural framework of the second stage script. Moreover, it seems that the attributes shared are not just attributes. Even Ace's ability seems to have shared 10% of its effect. Lin Cheng snapped his fingers, and a small flame appeared on his index finger. Not only the ability to burn fruits, but also the haki of sight and hearing, the haki of weapons and even the haki of Overlord, Lin Cheng was able to exert 10% of Ace's original effect at this time. This gave Lin Cheng a little surprise. The time soon came to the next morning. Although he didn't go to bed until very late thinking about it, Lin Cheng's spirit was actually pretty good with Ace's attribute blessing. The growth rate of emotional value is much slower than yesterday, but it is still growing very steadily. Lin Cheng estimates that it should not be too difficult for him to earn another 4 to 5 million emotional points today. In the next week, Lin Cheng is expected to have a good emotional income. The framework of the script has not been thought out yet, and Lin Cheng is not ready to cause trouble for the time being, so Lin Cheng puts the script aside for the time being, and takes Ike Leia and Meng Meng to have a good time in Magnolia. All day long. Finally, I took the evening train, returned to that remote town, and continued to run my own tavern. In this way, almost another week passed. In a sky that no one knew about, a dark magic spacecraft was moving slowly. On the deck of the magic spacecraft, stood an old man with a helmet on his head and gloomy eyes. "Are you sure there is nothing wrong?" Joseph, the sixth of the 10 great magicians, was actually killed by a young man. And is it really an instant kill? Looking at the slim figure half kneeling in front of him, the old man's eyes narrowed slightly. This frightening-looking old man was none other than the president of the Dark Mage Guild, Devil's Heart. Haha, this is also one of the original founders of Fairy Tale, Precht Gelberg. As for the slim figure half kneeling in front of Hades, he is naturally the member of the Magic Council, Arusha. Arusha's true identity is a core member of Devil's Heart and one of the 7 families of Purgatory. President. The subordinate personally went to the scene and used the Arc of Time to rewind the images at that time. After Arusha heard Hades's voice, he looked respectful. Arusha's magic is very special. It is a branch of time magic with time characteristics, the Arc of Time. Through the use of the Arc of Time, Arusha can view an image that happened in the past 30 days and save it. Of course, it can also see the future. After all, the Arc of Time can even reverse time. But in Hades's words, water, viewing the future, is taboo and will have irreversible side effects. In the original work, Arusha went back in time for 1 minute, almost consuming his entire lifespan, and transformed from a flowery girl to a general. The dying old woman. As he spoke, Arusha played the scene of Ace killing Joseph. As the scene played, Hades suddenly became a little silent. The big boss in Fairy Tale's midterm, Hades is also far more powerful than the bottom 6 of the Holy 10 Magicians. Not to mention killing Joseph instantly, Hades can also kill Makarov instantly. But there is no comparison between how old Hades is and how old Ace is. Now Hades is over 100 years old, and Ace is only in his early 20s at most. It is really unimaginable. In 10 years, or even in just 5 years, what level can the young man named Ace reach? Does he possess such terrifying strength just because he is so young? And there is only one captain, the Whitebeard Pirates. I have never heard of this kind of force in the past 100 years. After watching the complete image, Hades was deep in thought. It has to be said that the strength displayed by Ace has indeed been taken seriously by Hades, especially the power behind Ace, the Whitebeard Pirates. This is especially true for the group. No one can ignore such a strength. I didn't see that the Magic Council did not dare to arrest Ace easily and needed to call all the people for a meeting. Do you dare to officially put Ace on the wanted list after discussing it? Maybe the Magic Council can't say it's afraid, but it's definitely very fearful and takes it seriously. P.S. I am a hard-working author, and I have written 60,000 words before I know it. Can you vote for Hwawa? It would be even better if there are rewards. P.S. By the way, I would like to thank the readers who have rewarded me. The author will definitely work harder. Chapter 31. Yes, sir. Originally, I didn't believe that Joseph, who was one of the 10 holy wizards, would be killed instantly. Looking at Hades's expression that suddenly became a little serious, Arusha was also a little serious. At that time, Arusha was really just a backward time image of the past, and wanted to confirm the guy named Ace. After seeing Ace's true strength, Arusha was shocked when he saw Ace actually killing Joseph, so he quickly took the time to run back to his headquarters and report the situation to Hades in the Devil's Heart. After watching the video, I feel that our plan needs to take the variable of the Whitebeard Pirates into account. Because Mr. Ace seems to have a good relationship with the people in the Fairy Tale Guild. This is something Arusha is a little worried about. Arusha doesn't think that the Devil's Heart in his guild will be unable to defeat Fairy Tale. Even in the original work, there are many coincidences that fairy tale can defeat the devil's heart. It's even a blunt coincidence, but now it's different if you add Ace and the Whitebeard pirates, the force behind Ace. Is the relationship good? Well, I'll consider that situation. For now, everything is still going according to the original plan. The situation on the side of the Magic Council is like, attention must be paid to it, but Hades still did not take Ace and the forces behind him seriously. Before Hades could finish speaking, Hades noticed that in the sky not far away, a figure suddenly appeared. The small black dot was quickly approaching its location. The speed of the magic ship was only moving slowly, so soon, the specific appearance of this small black dot appeared on Hades. Within Erudia's sight was a woman wearing a black trench coat with red clouds embroidered on it. On the right side of her head was a lavender paper flower. Zionin, a member of the Akatsuki organization, was sent out by Linkhung to find the location of the Paradise Tower as early as a week because Zionin has the ability to fly quickly for a long time. Before, Lin Cheng sent Zionin out to look for the Tower of Paradise. That's a coincidence. The location of the Tower of Paradise is more secret than I thought. It took me a week to find it. On the contrary, I found the mastermind behind the Tower of Paradise. Through Zionin's perspective, looking at Hades and Arusha on the magic ship, Lin Cheng was a little funny. There was no hesitation. Originally, Lin Cheng wanted to find the Tower of Paradise to show off his presence and gain a wave of emotional value. Now that the Tower of Paradise has not been found, it seems that it would be good to find the devil's heart. Just as it happened, Lin Cheng was also a little curious about how an A-level 2-star who could instantly kill the early stage boss would fare against a mid-stage boss like Hades. Thinking of this, Lin Cheng had nothing to hesitate. The controller, Zionin, flew directly to the deck of the magic spacecraft and landed like this. Interesting. A rare guest actually came. Looking at the carefree figure who was wearing it, Hades narrowed his eyes slightly, smiled slightly, and said, "I don't know what the guest's name is. Is it convenient for me to entertain? After all, he is an old man over 100 years old." Although Hades is not a kind-hearted old man, it is also stupid to act without getting the other party's information. At this time, at this place, someone wearing strange clothes appears here. Strange woman. No matter how you look at her, she feels wrong. This should be the headquarters of the Devil's Heart Guild, right? Faced with Hades's inquiry, Zionin said calmly, "Akatsuki Organization, code name, by Akatsuki Organization. Is it another organization that suddenly surfaced out of nowhere?" Hearing Conan's self-introduction, the average Arusha frowned slightly. The witch cult, the Whitebeard pirates, and now the Akatsuki Organization. In a short period of time, there have been three. The emergence of a completely new force that had never been heard of before was indeed a bit surprising. You should know that just the Whitebeard pirates attracted unusual attention. Ya also murmured to himself. As a member of the Magic Council, Arusha knew that Ace was wanted by the Magic Council during this period. Ace seemed to have disappeared out of thin air throughout the kingdom of Fiori. No matter how much manpower and material resources were used, no trace of Ace was found. However, now that you have seen my appearance, then I can't let you live. Arusha glanced at Hades beside him. Now Arusha is still a member of the Magic Council. No one knows that Arusha's true identity is that he is one of the three leading figures in the Dark Mage Guild. Member of Devil's Heart. Once such news spreads, Arusha's plan that has been planned for many years will be completely ruined. Seeing that Hades showed no signs of stopping him, Arusha took action directly. Lu's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Deposit 100 and get 500 VIP coupons now. Activity period, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 32. Powerful magic power condensed in Arusha's body. Arusha possesses quite powerful magic power since he was born. In the world of fairy tale, he is equivalent to an extremely rare genius. There are few people who can compare with Arusha. As the magic power condensed, the crystal ball that had been floating around Arusha began to shine with a dazzling blue-purple light, and then a blue-purple light pillar rushed towards Conan. Boom! Under Arusha's somewhat stunned gaze, the beam of light directly penetrated Xionan, hit the hull behind Xionan, and erupted with a deafening roar. Arusha did not hold back. Wherever the light beam passed, everything was torn apart and destroyed. The entire hull of the magic ship trembled with Erudia's attack. But in the next second, the magic ship attacked by Erudia seemed to be completely new. It was as if nothing had happened. At the same time, it was Xionan who seemed like nothing had happened. In the surprised eyes of Arusha and Hades, pieces of white paper kept moving towards the area where Xionan had just been penetrated. Condensation, everything is intact. Very interesting magic. Did you avoid Erudia's attack by changing your life form in advance? Hades looked at Xionan and said with some interest, the idea is also very interesting, and the control over magic is also very high. Little girl, do you want to join the Devil's Heart? I can help you go further on the path of a mage. The paper clone displayed by Xiaonan successfully attracted the attention of Hades. As Hades spoke out, Arusha's movements also slowed down slightly. After all, if Xiaonan joins the demon in his heart, he is one of his own. There is no such thing as being exposed. At the same time, just attracting Hades' attention caused Lin Cheng's emotional value to increase. 10,000, plus the emotional value income from shaking the magic ship just now. Lin Cheng has harvested nearly 100,000 emotional points from the Devil's Heart, and this is just the beginning. Sorry, I have no plans to join other forces. Conan looked at Hades, who invited her. Her expression still showed no fluctuation, and said, "This is Miss Arusha. If it is convenient, could you tell me the location of the Tower of Paradise?" Woolen cloth. As Conan finished speaking, Arusha's expression suddenly became a little gloomy. Also a little gloomy was Hades. The Akatsuki organization where the other party is located really knows a little too detailed about their own information. The relationship between Arusha and the Tower of Paradise is very secret. Apart from Arusha himself, only Hades himself knows about it. What is certain now is that whether it is Hades or Erudia, there was no need to leak the information. At this time, the core members of the Devil's Heart also rushed out. One of them, a young man with silver grey hair who looked very particular at first glance, complained it happened. What happened? I was eating just now when suddenly I was shocked and my laundry was covered in oil stains. This is Lucilos, who, like Erudia, is one of the 7 families of Purgatory and possesses the Ark of the Manifestation of Lost Magic. He wears black-rimmed glasses, is very elegant, and has a slight tendency to suffer from Chiyunibiu. In the original work, he's a character with pretty good abilities. You seem to know a lot of things. Hades ignored the core members who came out of the spacecraft. He looked at Xionan, who had an understatement on his face from beginning to end, and smiled. If you don't choose to join, then I can only destroy you. In an instant, the scene became quiet. At this moment, everyone who was a member of the Devil's Heart knew that their boss was a little angry. Amaterasu 28 Postures. This is the magic used by Hades when he fought Makarov in the original work. It is composed of a triple spell magic array. The magic array has the effect of trapping the enemy and can eventually produce a violent explosion. As Hades's words fell, 3 magic circles of dark purple light appeared at Xionan's feet, completely blocking Xionan's escape route. Xionan Jingjing is only a B-level doll, and it is indeed difficult to face a mid-term boss like Hasti. Boom! A roar that was 10 times more violent than before sounded. Suddenly, within the sight of everyone present, everything was filled with dark purple light. The magic spacecraft continued to make one after another overwhelming shattering sounds. If Arusha hadn't been using the Ark of Time to repair the magic ship, just this one blow would have been enough to destroy the entire magic ship, and Hades wouldn't even be able to breathe after using such a terrifying blow. Breathing. Soon, after the intense light disappeared, something happened that shocked everyone except Hades. Xionin actually appeared in front of Xionin, standing unscathed. A figure also wearing a black-red cloud windbreaker. Chapter 33. The one who blocked Hades's blow was naturally none other than Pain, the heavenly Deo of the six paths of reincarnation. The moment Xionin was blocked, Lin Cheng directly teleported Tiandao Pain and used Shinra Tenzen to bounce everything around him, easily saving Xionin. How can it be? The handsome young man Lucilos swallowed subconsciously when he saw the scene in front of him. How powerful his president Hades is. As a core member of the Devil's Heart, he knows very well, even if it was just a casual move, but few people in the entire 7 families of Purgatory could take it head-on, let alone this one without any damage. What happened just now? There is actually someone who can take on the chairman's Amaterasu 28 styles without any injuries. Urusha looked at the scene in front of him with a solemn expression as well. And this man's eyes are so weird. Looking at Tiandao Pain's eyes, the whites of his eyes were all occupied by a strange dark purple color. Surrounding the pupils are circles and circles of lines. Just looking directly at it made people feel an uncontrollable chill deep in their hearts. Urusha feels that today's affairs may not end so simply. Interesting. And who are you? Hades crossed his arms and was not in a hurry to continue attacking. Hades had absolute confidence in himself. Even the characters who appeared in front of him and the eyes that looked weird at first symbolized the other party. Not something to be trifled with. God's way, Pain. Tiandao Pain's answer was also concise and concise. After introducing himself, Tiandao Pain slightly raised his palm, glanced around the surroundings with what others thought was extremely weird, and said Shinra Tenzen. The next moment, everyone could clearly see that with Xionin and Pain as the origin, the surrounding space was filled with dense cracks in an instant and silently. Then, the space shattered, revealing the tiny figure behind the space. The black hole is a darker and deeper hollow world. The moment he saw the space shattering, even Hades couldn't help but become solemn. 3 pillars of God. At the moment when the broken space was about to affect everyone, Hades used terrifying magic power to construct 3 columnar magic arrays, which tightly restricted the Shinra Tensei used by Tiandao Pain. This is in the original work. The defensive magic circle that Makarov once used against Hades has extremely strong defensive power. Now used by Hades, the defensive power is only stronger than the original version. Bang! The collision between the 3 pillar gods and Shenluo Tianzheng has no hope. But at the moment when the 3 pillar gods collided with Shenluo Tianzheng, everyone present felt as if their spirits and even souls had been hammered hard by an invisible sledgehammer. The whole person became somewhat unconscious. Even the surrounding space seemed to shake, as if it could not withstand the collision between the 3 pillar gods and Shinra Tianzheng. Click, click. The stalemate didn't last long. At this time, the extremely strong 3 pillar gods began to appear one after another with extremely fine and extremely dense cracks. In just a moment, almost the entire 3 pillar gods were covered. Very good. Hades laughed heartily and said, I haven't seriously touched anyone in a long time. Today, I felt a little bit of excitement for the first time in a long time. As the words fell, the magic power in Hades began to boil completely, like a volcano that had been sleeping for countless years on the seabed. Once it erupted, it was unstoppable. Waves of darkness. Hades clasped his hands together, and the crazily boiling magic power in his body seemed to have found an outlet, and quickly swarmed out. The darkness that seemed to be able to swallow the light condensed in front of Hades. Then he crashed directly into the 3 pillar god who was talking to him. Crazy competition between Shinra Tenzen. Shinra Tianzheng. After Tiandao Pain saw Hades's actions, he didn't hesitate at all. He used the Shinra sky sign again. The sky was filled with wind and clouds. The soundless roars made people feel the dullness from the soul. Damn it, are you still watching the show there? I can't hold it any longer. Why don't you reinforce the hull quickly? Yuryudiya, who had been frantically using the arc of time to stabilize the ship's hull since just now, finally couldn't hold on anymore. Looking at his companions who had been watching the show around him, he roared loudly. But this is also normal. Although Arusha's strength is very good, compared with Tiandaopain and Hades, who have reached a level 2-star status, they are still more than one level behind, even if they just resist the collision between Hades and Tiandaopain. In just 10 seconds, Arusha had repaired the magic ship hundreds of times, and the magic power in his body was on the verge of bottoming out. However, the next second, Hades. The wave of darkness collided with Tiandaopain's second Shinra Tianzheng. Chapter 35. Azuma and Lucilos, on the other hand, were half collapsed and lying on the ground. Just now, in order to ensure that the magic ship was not destroyed, the two of them really tried their best to resist the aftermath of the collision between Pain and Hades. At this time, although they were not like Arusha, not a drop of magic power was lost. Not much left, but not far behind. If it were just Tiandaopain alone, it would indeed be a bit worse. The A-level doll Uzumaki Nagato is considered a functional combat doll, but the combat ability of a single doll is still a bit weak. Lin Cheng, who has read the original work, knows it very well. Today's Hades has not shown his true strength at all. If Hades really shows his true strength, Dark Wave is at most equivalent to a small skill of Hades. It's just one level higher than a normal attack. If he wants to be serious, Lin Cheng must let Uzumaki Nagato descend and the 6 paths of reincarnation come out. Maybe we can have a real fight with Hades. However, if he wants to escape unscathed, Lin Cheng may have to add Ace, who is also an A-level 2-star. However, Lin Cheng was just thinking about it. For now, Lin Cheng had no need to provoke beings at the same level as himself. Hades is almost the first boss in Fairy Tail that is said to be impossible to defeat. Even if Lin Cheng uses all his trump cards, Lin Cheng is not sure that he can completely crush the entire Devil's Heart. You know, in the heart of the Devil, in addition to the powerful 7 familiar of Purgatory, there is also a vice president who can fight against the strongest magician in Fairy Tail, Gildas. Lin Cheng could try to destroy the Devil's Heart, but it was completely unnecessary. That would bring Lin Cheng back to before liberation overnight, and the gains would outweigh the losses. Originally, Lin Cheng's initial purpose was just to let Xionin, who has the ability to fly for a long time, use common sense to find the location of the Paradise Tower, and prepare to use the Akatsuki organization settings to install an X and show off his presence. Now that he has shown his presence directly to the Devil's Heart Guild, Lin Cheng is very satisfied. In the short battle with the Devil's Heart just now, Lin Cheng gained nearly 2 million emotional points. It can be said to be quite good. Then, after saying some scene words, you can leave. Devil's Heart, this wave of mines can be found in the Tianro Island chapter, and then find an opportunity to harvest a wave of emotional value. So, what is your purpose? I think that the reason why I suddenly ran to my boat was not to fight with me. Hades looked at Tiandaopain and narrowed his eyes slightly. The location of the battle was really awkward, and the opponent's strength was also beyond Hades' expectations. Hades never expected that there would be no one at all. I have heard that there is a guy with such terrifying strength in the organization. This kind of strength is probably far beyond the scope of the regular Holy 10 magicians. Even Hades is full of confidence in his own strength. He was far from using his strongest power, but it was not that Hades didn't notice the state of Iridia, Azuma, and Ruzilis around them. Just the tentative exchange just now had already consumed their magic power. It's all gone. The magic ship is very important to Hades. In other words, there is something important to Hades on the magic ship, which is the key to Hades' longevity and strength. This thing cannot be destroyed easily. It will greatly affect the state of Hades. It was indeed a bit of a surprise to discover your guild's magic ship. At this time, Xionin, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. After all, the setting of Tiandao Pain is as cold as possible, and he is ruthless and doesn't talk much. The negotiation and explanation of such a character is still left to the Akatsuki organization. It would be more appropriate for Xiaonan to handle the class beauty here. As for fighting against your guild, it is also not necessary. Looking at the people who looked like they had seen a ghost, Xiaonan said calmly, I think it is unnecessary for President Hades to continue to take action if there are things that cannot be destroyed on the ship. Hades glanced at Tiandao Pain, who was silent not far away, and said with a smile, what an interesting statement. So, what is your purpose? Board my boat, make a scene on my boat, and then what are you going to do? As the words fell, Hades's eyes became sharp. It can be seen that if a reasonable explanation cannot be given, Hades will really burst out with 100% fighting power and kill Tiandao Pain. Xiaonan completely stayed. Only by feeling pain can we know the preciousness of peace. The goal of our Akatsuki organization is to make the entire world peaceful and free from any disputes. Looking at Hades, who seemed to be ready to continue taking action, Xiaonan said calmly, next, maybe we will have a chance to cooperate, but it will probably take some time. By then, I think President Hades will be more patient. As soon as the words fell, Tiandao Pain and Xiaonan disappeared directly from the sight of Hades and others. Chapter 36. President. The other person knows too much about us. Eurydia, whose magic power was exhausted, reluctantly stood up from the ground. Looking at Hades, who was silent for a while, the expression on his face was a little ugly. Although it was just a relatively simple contact from beginning to end, but there was not a lot of terrifying information revealed by the other party. First of all, they knew the plan of the Tower of Paradise. This was something that only Arusha and Hades knew, even if the devil had the other party's heart. The inner ghost. Even one of the 7 families of purgatory is a member of the other party, and it is impossible for the other party to know the plan of the Tower of Paradise. Secondly, the other party knows Hades himself well. The expectations were high, and perhaps nothing was said from beginning to end, but a discerning person would know at a glance that this was not the first time that the other party knew about Hades. In the end, it was the most terrifying thing about the devil's heart. The other party seems to know that this is the most terrifying thing. Akatsuki organization. Interesting, since the other party said that there will be opportunities to meet and cooperate later, then don't worry about it. Hades thought for a while and quickly made his decision. That is, everything will be business as usual. After all, if you really take the other party's words seriously, then Hades will be completely passive. Many things will become daunting. The information asymmetry is too great. Everything still goes according to the original plan. However, compared with the previous plan, I was more cautious. Hades looked at Arusha standing in front of him and said, don't have any accidents then and you won't be able to come back. After finishing speaking, Hades stopped saying anything and slowly walked towards the cabin. No matter what world it is in, intelligence is the most important thing. If there is no intelligence, it will be easy being caught off guard. Due to insufficient information on the devil's heart side, even if it already knew the existence of the Akatsuki organization, and even fought with members of the Akatsuki organization just now, it could not do anything against the Akatsuki organization. What I do is probably do nothing. Everything goes according to the original plan. At most, I just keep an eye out to avoid any unexpected situations. Yes, my subordinates know. Hearing Hades' answer, Arusha nodded seriously. First the Whitebeard pirates, then the witch cult. What kind of Akatsuki organization is there now? There are just too many variables. Looking at the sky in the distance, the expression on Arusha's face was a little complicated. Hades is really strong. Fortunately, this time the opponent had some tricks to avoid. Looking at the Tiandao Pain and Xiaonan dolls in his system backpack, Lin Cheng exhaled a little. In order to reach a high enough level, Lin Cheng spent 100,000 emotion points to speed up the cooldown of the long-range summoning skill. Skills with a cooldown time can be accelerated. The emotional value consumption for the first acceleration is unified to 100,000, and then if you want to use it again before the next cooldown, you need to add a 0 to the end, and so on. Lin Cheng was indeed lucky this time. Because at high altitude, the opponent did not expect the arrival of Tiandao Pain and Xionin, so Hades was restrained in every simple battle with Tiandao Pain. Otherwise, Lin Cheng would also have to send out all his powerful chess pieces to face Hades and all the demonic hearts under his command. Ace and Uzumaki Nagato used all their moves to take down the Devil's Heart in a relatively strong manner. However, although there are risks, the rewards are not small. Coupled with the emotional value I just brushed from the Devil's Heart, I can draw another Diamond Doll chance. Although it has been some time since the news reported the outbreak of a full-scale war between the Ghost Ruler and Fairy Tail, Lin Cheng's emotional value has not accumulated much. Before encountering the Devil's Heart, Lin Cheng's emotional value was around 9.5 million. After all, for most people, news is news. Even if there is an all-out war between the Ghost Ruler and Fairy Tail, the Ghost Ruler's president will be killed instantly, and some brand new terrorist force will appear. If the news is breaking, it is indeed breaking, but it is just breaking. Before it affected them in a real sense, it was enough that they had seen it once and been surprised once. There will be almost no mood swings after that. For them, they have seen the news and there is no emotion at all. Now, with the emotional value harvested from the Devil's Heart, Lin Cheng's emotional value once again exceeded 8 digits, reaching 11.5 million emotional values. The system consumes 10 million emotion points to extract puppets. Lin Cheng will not do such stupid things as keeping your emotions worth it. After seeing that the emotional value was enough, Lin Cheng directly chose to draw dolls. The lottery with tens of millions of emotional values was guaranteed to be A-level dolls, which could greatly increase the strength of Lin Cheng's lineup. Chapter 37. Ding! Starting system extraction. This time, the Azure Roulette wheel was spinning crazily in Lin Cheng's mind. Finally, he settled on a gentle and elegant figure. Lin Cheng also noticed this gentle figure. He has short brown hair and wears a pair of black-rimmed glasses without lenses on the bridge of his nose. He looks very comfortable and looks like a good person who is kind to others and cares about his children. This guy. I'm in a trance. Am I in a trance? Congratulations to the host, you won the Bleach series, Aizen Sosuke. Lin Cheng looked at the figure in his mind and almost shouted with excitement. This is Aizen Sosuke, the most charming boss in the Bleach series. In the original work, the appearance of Aizen Sosuke made the original work impossible to write or draw. Because it is impossible to create a boss that is more charming, more powerful, and more oppressive than Sosuke Aizen. Aizen Sosuke. S-Class Doll. Star Rating. Bleach Series, Lord of Hueco Mundo. Abilities, Zanpakut Kyuka Suijutsu First Release, Kid Peak, Technology Arankar Technology, Technology Hollow Technology, Technology Reaper Transformation Technology. Special Effects, Collapse of Jade State First Entry, Unlocked, Collapse of Jade State Mastery. The gorgeousness of Aizen Soyuzuk's attribute panel cannot be compared to that of an A-level doll. With just 1 star, its abilities can completely overwhelm those of a 2-star A-class doll, and because of its special nature, Sosuke Aizen's current direct combat effectiveness is not that strong within the same level. However, I am afraid that most of the dolls of the same level will be played by Aizen Soyuzuk when they face him, and there is almost no possibility of turning over. At this moment, Lin Cheng felt extremely safe. With Aizen Sosuke's trump card, Lin Cheng felt much more comfortable when doing things. Lin Cheng used all the remaining 1.5 million emotion points to upgrade attribute sharing. It just allows Lin Cheng to upgrade the level of attribute sharing from LV1 to LV6. Attribute sharing LV6 effect, obtain 35% attribute blessing of a designated doll. The binding target can be changed, and the cooling time is 24 hours. Binding object, a level 2-star doll Ace. With the improvement of attribute sharing skills, Lin Cheng can clearly feel that his power has increased in a very short time. It has been greatly improved. After all, it was 10% before and now it is 35%. The improvement in the middle reached 2.5 times. Should we change the binding target to Sosoke Aizen? Lin Cheng hesitated. But in the end, Lin Cheng gave up the idea of changing goals. Although Aizen Sosoke is indeed very strong, his strength lies in his IQ. Ace, who has been promoted to 2 stars by Lin Cheng in terms of attributes alone, is not weak either. And compared with Aizen Sosoke's skills, Ace's skills are actually simpler and easier to understand. Lin Cheng planned to wait until he had enough emotional value to upgrade Aizen Soyajik's star rating from the original 1 to 2 stars and be able to use the Bengaihu state, and then change the binding target of attribute sharing to Aizen Soyajik. Now, Ace's attributes and skills are quite good. Magnolia, Fairy Tale Guild Headquarters. Because it is a magical world, Fairy Tale's Guild Headquarters, which was destroyed into ruins during the battle with the Ghost Ruler, was built in just 1 week. The Magic Council found out what happened and found out that in that all-out war between the 2 strongest guilds, Fairy Tale was the one that was provoked over and over again, so there was no punishment for Fairy Tale. The only thing I have to say is about Ace, the Whitebeard Pirates. At this time, it has been almost a month since the full-scale war between the Ghost Ruler and Fairy Tale began. Everyone has been having a hard time completing tasks recently. Urza held a plate of delicate cakes in her hands and sat next to Lucy. She looked at Lucy and said with a smile, "Our team has 2 days to go, how about we just go and relax?" In the coastal area, a good amusement park has been opened with all the facilities for food, drink, and entertainment. The character from last time, the employer has shares here and gave us a few discount coupons. As she spoke, Urza placed 5 discount coupons in front of Lucy. As long as you use the discount coupons, you can enjoy the ultimate luxurious service at a 30% discount. Ah! I know this. I heard that it has the latest and most luxurious facilities inside. After Lucy heard Urza's words, she jumped up happily and said, "I didn't expect that the employer giant in the last mission was so generous. Not only did he give us the reward, but he also gave us such a great discount coupon. If it is 30% off, then consumption is completely acceptable." "Urza, when will we?" Didn't wait for Lucy to finish her sentence. A familiar figure wearing an already familiar cowboy hat opened the door of the Fairy Tale Guild and appeared within Lucy's sight. With the appearance of this figure, the originally heated atmosphere in Fairy Tale instantly cooled down. P.S. Hehe. Please vote for the usual practice. Chapter 38. This is Ace, who has disappeared for a while under the wanted order of the Magic Council. Because Lin Cheng felt that time was almost up, he let Ace bubble up again and show off his presence. So lively. I didn't expect that everyone would build the house so quickly. Everyone's complexion seems to be recovering well. Ace looked at the people in Fairy Tale with a familiar face, and said hello with a smile. After saying hello, he walked to Urza's side carelessly, sat down, and faced Myra in the bar. G smiled and said, "Miss Mileage, I'm a little hungry. Do you have fried noodles here?" As he said that, Ace just touched his belly. Similar to his younger brother Luffy, Ace is also a foodie. "We don't have fried noodles, but we still have steak and other things here." Myra Jane looked at Ace, who was now a wanted criminal of the Magic Council. There was no obvious expression on his face. He showed a sweet smile and said, "Mr. Ace usually likes to eat some mature steaks. He is said to be a wanted criminal." However, except for the time when Ace killed Joseph, neither the Magic Council nor the intelligence organization on Fairy Tale's side have ever found Ace. Not to mention a criminal record, there are no clues about Ace's route of action. Without evidence, there is no way to convict Ace by claiming to be a pirate. The time when Joseph was killed, it was Joseph himself who made the first move, and Ace just counterattacked. What was remarkable was that Ace was so much stronger than Joseph that he could do it without killing the opponent. The possibility of defeating the opponent. Therefore, if it is just an overdefense, with Fairy Tale's relationship with the Magic Council, Ajima, as a member of the council, can still fool him. Upon hearing Milage's inquiry, Ace thought about it seriously and said, "Mighty ripe steak. I like to eat meat that is crispy." "Okay, just a second." "Aha! Ace, let's challenge each other." The Iron Fist of the Fire Dragon. Natsu, who was staring at Grey not far away, immediately jumped up with excitement when he saw Ace, threw Grey aside, and rushed towards Ace's position. The scorching flames condensed on Natsu's arm. Because he already knew Ace's specific strength when he fought against the Ghost Ruler, Natsu didn't hold back and punched Ace with all his strength. Bang! There was no surprise. In the eyes of everyone around him, Natsu was simply pushed to the floor by Ace. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Natsu's fighting style was extremely reckless. This person with the domineering power and proficiency of seeing, hearing, color, and proficiency has almost every flaw in front of him. He can find the most suitable angle without any effort, and exert great effect with just a little effort, instantly suppressing Natsu. He doesn't even need to use his haki. In terms of basic attributes alone, Ace can crush Natsu at this stage in all aspects. It's not easy for Ace to come first. Ha ha ha, Natsu, you are still so energetic. To be honest, I feel a little warm when I see you. I have a younger brother. Ace looked at Natsu, who was pinned to the ground and struggling wildly, with a gentle smile on his face, and said, "He is like you, Natsu. He is frizzy all day long and has no appearance. He thought about challenging me all day long, but he never succeeded. I think he should have gone to sea by now." The more complete the characters, background stories, etc., the better. Only when these things are complete can the causes and consequences of the script be logical and credible. Only in this way can Lin Cheng's script be able to be as effective as possible to the greatest extent. Affects the emotions of everyone around you. Mr. Ace's brother? Urza was also smiling beside her at this time and said, "Mr. Ace's brother must be a powerful magician like Mr. Ace, right? Ha ha ha, that guy of his is still far behind. However, I believe that my brother will be able to successfully fulfill his ideals." After hearing Urza's words, Ace also laughed. Everyone present could feel Ace's concern for his brother. Also, Mr. Ace's purpose of coming here this time should be for the last task commission, right? Looking at Ace, who was laughing loudly, Urza didn't pause for a moment, and then her expression became a little serious and said, "We have already started working on the task of finding Blackbeard. It is jointly executed by 3 B-level magicians, Lebi, Dorel, and Sarasuk. The magic that Lebi is good at is 3-dimensional text, and she can read text quickly to collect information. The magic that Dorel is good at is plant magic, and he has the ability to collect partial information through plants on a large scale. The magic that Sarasuk is good at is divine feet, which has the ability to move at high speed and can transmit information at the fastest speed. Reading books on May Day will be great. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 39. Urza carefully introduced Ace's mission execution status to Ace one by one. It can be said that Fairy Tale has made the biggest response to Ace's needs. The team that was best at this was used to specifically look for Blackbeard. If Blackbeard hadn't been a completely fabricated character by Lin Cheng, maybe Fairy Tale would be able to give back something now. Ha ha ha, I can be helped so much by everyone. Listening to Urza reporting the mission situation to him, Ace raised his slightly tilted cowboy hat with his index finger, showed a bright smile, and said, "Thank you very much. However, if I remember correctly, Mr. Ace, you seem to be a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. At this time, Lucy, who was sitting next to Urza, came over curiously and asked Whitebeard and Blackbeard seem to be connected. Is that Blackbeard the enemy of Whitebeard? After various hints and guidance from Lin Cheng, Lucy finally took the initiative to reveal her curiosity. As Lucy finished speaking, others around her also quietly raised their eyebrows. Ears. Everyone was still very interested in Ace and the Whitebeard pirates behind Ace. However, after Lucy asked this question, everyone present could also feel Ace's emotions. Suddenly something started to feel wrong. Mr. Ace, I'm sorry. Shouldn't I? Lucy looked at Ace, whose mood suddenly became a little depressed, with an apologetic expression on his face. I feel like I asked something I shouldn't have asked. After all, Ace has such an expression of my face is full of stories. Sorry, it's not a big deal actually. Blackbeard is just a title for him, his name is Marshall D. Teach. Ace looked at Lucy and smiled slightly, and said in a low tone, Teach, you were once one of my best friends in the Whitebeard Pirates. We talked about everything. As Ace spoke, everyone around him showed more concerned expressions. After all, how did a good friend who once talked about everything develop to the point where he has become an enemy now? At this moment, even Natsu, who was a little noisy on the floor, also became a little quiet and listened quietly to Ace's story. Natsu was the one who valued his friends the most. Are you actually Mr. Ace's friend? Revealing such fierce murderous intentions to a former friend. Urza frowned slightly. Compared with others, Urza's observation of Ace was more detailed. The moment Ace said Blackbeard just now, a murderous intent suddenly flashed in his eyes. In other words, Ace has murderous intentions towards his once best friend, the friend he talked to about everything. Yes, Teach was a really good friend of mine. In fact, the position of captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates was originally supposed to belong to Teach. In the Whitebeard Pirates, everyone has a very good relationship, as if they are their own brothers. Ace looked at Urza and the surrounding Fairy Tale Guild members and said, it's similar to the atmosphere here. So, I also like Fairy Tale. And there is also Natsu here, a reckless guy like my brother. As he said that, Ace touched Natsu's head. Faced with Ace's tenderness, Natsu's expression suddenly became a little overwhelmed. But compared with these, Natsu was more concerned about AI. What happened with SI and Blackbeard? Since they are brothers. Natsu raised his head, looked at Ace's face, and asked with some concern, then why would Blackbeard Teach become your enemy, Ace? Everyone in the guild will never become enemies. Natsu's eyes were extremely serious. Natsu believed what Ace said, so Natsu believed that everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates in Ace's mouth must be just like everyone in Fairy Tale, they are the most reliable partner. Likewise, Natsu will never stand the day when his partner becomes his enemy. Ha ha ha, yes, I used to think so too. In our Whitebeard Pirates, even if I leave the Whitebeard Pirates for my own reasons, I and other people will still regard each other as their brothers. No matter what, for whatever reason, even if he betrays another pirate group, he will not become an enemy. Ace looked at Natsu's firm eyes and said word by word, but there is a prerequisite here. That is, you must not kill each other or your companions. Boom. As Ace's words fell, Natsu felt as if his brain had been hit hard by something. Then he was filled with unprecedented anger. Natsu's expression rarely became ferocious and twisted. Chapter 40. You mean, that guy named Teach killed your companion Ace? Natsu has never been so angry. Precisely because he believed what Ace said, Natsu instinctively imagined that his most precious companion killed his companion. Just thinking about it, Natsu, there is a feeling of suffocation and being unable to breathe. Oops, ouch, ouch. This must be the gentleman from the Magic Council. Magnolia, in a certain street. A middle-aged man with a rough appearance and unusually thick hair on his body approached a young man wearing the uniform of the Magic Council and said with a smile, "Dare I ask? What are the names of these gentlemen? My name is Lahar. Looking at the slovenly middle-aged man who suddenly came to him, Lahar frowned slightly and said, I wonder if there is something wrong with him suddenly coming to me. Lahar, captain of the 4th Forced Supervision Force of the Magic Council. Some time ago, the Ghost Ruler went into full-scale war with Fairy Tale, and was sent by the Magic Council to conduct investigation. The investigation is almost done now, and he will return in 2 days. Arrive at the Magic Council headquarters. At the same time, because Fairy Tale did not reveal the mission commission issued by Ace considering Ace's wanted status, Lahar did not recognize the identity of the man in front of him. It's the appearance of Blackbeard that Ace has been looking for. Ha 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 ha. Of course there was something important to find Mr. Rahal so suddenly. The sloppy middle-aged man laughed, revealing his mouth that was missing a few teeth, and said, I just discovered something incredible in the Fairy Tale Guild. The person wanted by the Magic Council, Posketa D. Where did Ace appear? What? Sure enough, that guy appeared in Fairy Tale again. Hearing the voice of the sloppy man in front of him, Laharl's expression changed slightly. In addition to being sent by the Magic Council to investigate the reasons for the full-scale war between the Ghost Ruler and Fairy Tale, Laharl also has another mission. For a month, the Magic Council in Magnolia couldn't confirm whether Ace had a deep connection with Fairy Tale, but it didn't stop him from taking a guess. Ace will reappear in Fairy Tale in a short time. Now that Ace has appeared, Lahar naturally needs to take action. Very good, then I would like you to come with me and confirm it together. Lahar looked at the sloppy man and said seriously, I have to confirm the authenticity of the news before I can pay the bounty to you. Lahar thought that the man in front of him should be the bounty paid by the Magic Council for the arrest of Ace. In order to arrest Ace, it was also to express the Magic Council's zero tolerance for those who violate the law, and to murder and escape criminals. Ace's wanted amount is quite rich. Ha 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 ha. Since Mr. Lahar has said so, let's go with Mr. Lahar. However, that guy named Ace is a pirate, and pirates must be bad guys. The sloppy man waved his hand to Lahar and said, what if the other party sees it and takes revenge on me? I'm just an ordinary citizen with a small sense of justice. Mr. Lahar, please protect me when the time comes. As he said that, the sloppy man turned around with a smile and walked towards the direction of the Fairy Tale Guild. Lahar looked at the sloppy man who turned around and frowned slightly. He always felt that those places were a little weird and strange, but he said he couldn't figure out what was weird and weird. In the end, he could only shake his head slightly and follow the sloppy man quickly towards the Fairy Tale Guild headquarters. No matter what, since Ace had already appeared, he had to hurry up. It's better to take action. No one noticed that walking in the crowded street stood a man who was incompatible with the people around him. He had short brown hair, black framed eyes, and a gentle smile on his face. It was drawn by Lin Cheng. Currently, the only top-level doll owned by Lin City, Aizen Soyajuk, was an unusually ordinary-looking Zanpakut. There was a strange light shining from the beginning to the end, but the crowd around him showed no reaction to Aizen Soyajuk. Well, it works well. I asked Sosuke Aizen to help me modify the copy, and it turned out to be much more comfortable. Lin Cheng, who was salting fish in the tavern, raised the corners of his mouth slightly. In fact, in Lin Cheng's original plan, there was no plan for Blackbeard to show up at all. Even from beginning to end, the 3 words Blackbeard were just a background story that Lin Cheng pulled out casually. It was simply a hole dug, with no intention of filling it. Chapter 41. After all, who knows when a Blackbeard puppet will be drawn? The story of Ace and Blackbeard going to war without permission is just to make trouble for themselves. However, after Lin Cheng drew Aizen Sosuke, the situation suddenly changed dramatically. The first thing is the script. Lin Cheng directly turned on Sosuke Aizen's intelligent mode and asked Sosuke Aizen to perfect his plan and script. Then Lin Cheng's script was slightly changed by hundreds of millions of points. For example, the plot of Blackbeard's Informant directed by Through the Looking Glass just now is a small interactive story added to the new script. Originally, Lin Cheng would arrange for Ace to come to the Fairy Tale Guild, but Lin Cheng planned to come over to follow the plot simply because he couldn't find the specific location coordinates of the Paradise Tower. Prepare to follow the original protagonist team to participate in the plot of the Tower of Paradise, and then pretend to be an X. As harsh as you want it to be. Well, it's just for a trivial thing. Okay, Natsu doesn't have to be so angry. Looking at Natsu, who was in a furious state, Ace smiled slightly and said, "Blackbeard is my prey. Sooner or later, I will tie that guy Tikai in front of Dad and accept his trial." But sure enough, it's here. Murderer on the run, Portkas d Ace. Before Ace could continue to say anything, Lahar arrived. Looking at Ace, who was in the Fairy Tale Guild, Lahar's expression suddenly became solemn and said, "I am the Magic Council, the captain of the Four Forces Supervision Force, Lahar. Regarding your act of killing Joseph Bala during the battle between Ghost Ruler and Fairy Tale a month ago, please cooperate with the investigation of our Magic Council. Otherwise, I will forcefully imprison you." Oops, just as the steak was cooked, the people from the Magic Council arrived. At this time, Myra Jane came out with a steak in his hand, looked at Laharl, who was standing at the door of the Fairy Tale Guild Hall, and smiled at Ace. "Mr. Ace, it's better to cooperate." Okay. Although Mr. Ace accidentally killed President Joseph, it was entirely because President Joseph took action first. At most, Mr. Ace is just acting in self-defense, and cooperating with the investigation is not a big deal. I have heard that the Magic Council has not collected any actual evidence that Mr. Ace is a pirate. In a few words, Mirage explained the situation clearly to Ace. The corners of Rahal's mouth twitched as he stood at the gate, and an embarrassed expression appeared on his face. After all, Mirage said there is nothing wrong with that. Although Ace killed Joseph, it was Joseph who had the murderous intention to kill Ace from the beginning to the end. There is no reason why others want to kill him, but he cannot fight back. As long as Ace says that he accidentally used too much force, nothing will happen to Ace. Saying that Ace is wanted, the Magic Council is actually more likely to want to get in touch with Ace and Ace. The force behind it is just the Whitebeard pirates. All right. Since I need to cooperate with the investigation, there is nothing I can do about it. Ace looked at Laharl, whose mouth was twitching, and stood up with a dumbfounded smile. However, just as Ace stood up, the smile on Ace's face completely froze. I don't know when, a burly figure appeared. The slovenly man slowly walked out from the corner of the gate, with an unusually honest smile on his face. Blackbeard. Marshal D. Teach. Looking at the figure in front of him, who was thinking about it day and night, Ace's eyes narrowed slightly and said, "I didn't expect that you, a traitor, would actually dare to appear in front of me. Say it, Teach. Why kill Sachi?" At this time, Ace's voice was calmer than ever before. But everyone present, especially those who had just heard Ace's story about the past, could clearly feel that under Ace's calm tone, there was something hidden behind it. With such great anger. Sachi was the original captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates and was also a very close friend of Ace. "Mr. Lahar. He's really scary. We'd better handcuff this guy quickly." Blackbeard Teach completely ignored Ace with a dull expression, looked at Lahar in front of him, and said, "Now that the news is confirmed to be accurate, I should wait a moment about the bounty for wanted Ace. How to get it? Teach, I'm asking you." Looking at Tiki, who still didn't answer him directly, Ace could no longer keep his expression calm. His expression became distorted like Natsu just now, and he roared, "Why do you want to kill Tiki?" A deafening sound came from Ace's mouth. At this time, the smile on Tiki's face gradually became calmer. Looking at Ace, who looked at him with an angry face, Tiki said lightly, "No reason." It's just because that guy Sachi blocked me. Chapter 42. It can be said that Teach's words deeply hurt Ace's heart. Before that, although Tiki killed Thatch and escaped from the Whitebeard pirates, deep down in Ace's heart he was not willing to believe what Tiki had done. Ace wanted to catch up with Tiki and ask questions. I want to know why Tiki suddenly wanted to kill his good partner for so many years. You bastard! What do you think of your partners? Without waiting for Ace to say something or do something. As soon as Tiki finished speaking, Natsu rushed towards the location of Blackbeard Tiki. At this time, Natsu had really already dominated by anger. Natsu was really angry when he saw Blackbeard Tiki's understatement of killing his companion just because he said, "You got in my way." Natsu passed directly through Blackbeard Tiki's figure, and hit the street behind Blackbeard with a heavy punch. Interesting. Tiki looked at Natsu and said, "Are they all flames like Ace?" From the beginning to the end, Blackbeard Tiki was just an illusion created by Aizen Soyajuk using his own Kyuka Suijutsu. Although Lin Cheng could also let Aizen simulate the 5 senses, it was not necessary. Today, it is just Blackbeard needs to show up here in Fairy Tail and have some communication. Asshole! I must beat this guy away today. Natsu was a little disbelieving and punched Tiki again. Without any accident, Natsu's fist passed directly through Tiki's body without any real feeling. Natsu, there's no need to do useless work. If I'm not wrong, this should be just an illusion. Myra Jane, who was not far away, looked at Natsu who was trying hard to punch Blackbeard Tiki away, and said with some seriousness, "There is no entity, and you won't be hit by you, Natsu." At the same time, Lahar also felt that things had become a little complicated. In other words, Lahar had finally gotten over it at this time and realized that he seemed to have been used as a gun. Although it seemed that he had not played any role. Substantive effect. An illusion. After seeing that the figure of Blackbeard Teach was an illusion, Ace took a deep breath, tried hard to calm down the anger in his heart, and said, "So, why did you suddenly come to me? What is it?" Purpose. Ace, are you asking me about my purpose? Looking at Ace who was trying to calm down the anger in his heart, Teach just laughed twice and said, "Isn't it Ace that you have been looking for me all this time? I saw you were working so hard to find me, Ace, so I took some time to come and take a look. No matter what, Ace, you are my good brother. However, if I really have any purpose, it's not nothing." After saying this, Blackbeard Teach's tone paused slightly. As if he wanted to wait for Ace's active inquiry. What purpose? Ace looked at Tiki who paused. Looking at Tiki who had no guilty expression on his face from beginning to end, his eyes narrowed slightly. Join my team, Ace. Aren't we good friends? Tiki looked at Ace and laughed loudly, waved his big hand violently, and said, "Now that I have gained a new power, I already have the confidence to compete with my father." Boom! A pillar of light composed of flames completely enveloped Tiki's figure. The rolling heat wave spread from the center of the light pillar to all sides. After a month, everyone in Fairy Tail felt it again. Ace, that terrifying power was enough to instantly kill the top 10 magicians. Although Ace's attack had no effect on Blackbeard Teach's phantom, there was no doubt that Ace's attack had confirmed his attitude. What a pity! However, this is what Ace is doing. Looking at Ace, whose face was extremely gloomy and no longer talking to him, Blackbeard Teach chuckled twice and said, "Then, that's it for today, we've almost finished reminiscing about the past. If you can find me, Ace, let's have a good chat." As he said that, the figure of Blackbeard Teach disappeared directly under everyone's gaze. Not far away, Aizen Sosuke also slowly put away the mirror flower Suijutsu in his hand, turned around and left. The atmosphere in the Fairy Tail Guild is a bit depressing. Although this was only the first encounter with Blackbeard Teach, a lot of information could already be obtained through the conversation between Blackbeard Teach and Ace. At the same time, everyone also understood that at this moment, Ace was extremely uncomfortable in his heart. Haha, I really want to accidentally destroy the guild that everyone has worked so hard to build. Without waiting for everyone in Fairy Tale to say anything, Ace regained his smile and said to Urza next to him, I cancel the previously issued mission request. The bounty from the mission commission should be used to pay compensation to everyone's guild, as well as the hard work of the 3 magicians. Chapter 43. And then there's Mr. Rahal. I think what Ms. Myra Jane said just now is right. It was Mr. Joseph who attacked me first. Therefore, I feel that I am not considered a murderer and a criminal on the run. Ace stood up and walked towards the direction of Laharl, saying, however, if you just cooperate with the investigation of the Magic Council and don't take up too much of my time, I will still be happy to cooperate with the investigation. Lin Cheng has some ideas about whether to cooperate with the Magic Council. Whether it is the Witch Cult, the Whitebeard Pirates, or the newly drawn Akatsuki organization. Lin Cheng has no chance to explain these 3 organizations in detail. This time, Lin Cheng introduced Lahar, the captain of the 4th Forced Supervision Team of the Magic Council. The purpose of coming here is to reveal some information that can be revealed to the Magic Council through Ace's mouth. Not only the Magic Council, but also other guilds, Lin Cheng will look for opportunities to reveal it. It's not up to me to decide whether to commit murder or not. But as long as you are willing to cooperate, Mr. Ace, I will explain the situation to the speaker and the congressman. Looking at Ace, who stood up, Laharl pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose slightly with his index finger. Although he is a small leader in the Magic Council, Laharl does not have the authority to convict others, let alone without the authority to change the established facts of the conviction. The only thing Lahar can do is to carefully explain the information and intelligence he knows to his superiors. All right. So, do you need to cuff me? Ace walked to Laharl's side and raised his hands. For Ace, who can elementalize at any time, it doesn't make much difference whether he wears handcuffs or not. Maybe the Magic Council is there are specific handcuffs for magicians, similar to the Sea Tower stone handcuffs in the One Piece world, but Ace is not a magician from beginning to end. There is no so-called magic power in Ace's body. The methods used against magicians are almost useless to Ace. Never mind. Mr. Ace, just follow me to the headquarters of the Magic Council. Looking at Ace raising his hands in front of him, looking a little careless, Lahar just sighed a little. Taking into account various factors, Ace's terrifying strength, and the slightly unjust conviction at the beginning, and then in addition, Ace cooperated too much, so Laharl decided not to put handcuffs on Ace. By the way, I wonder if Mr. Lahar is anxious now. If you're not in a hurry, I'm a little hungry now. Can you wait until I finish the steak before leaving? Ace looked at Rahal with a bright smile on his face. After saying that, without waiting for Rahal to say anything, he just returned to where he was and started gobbling down the delicious steak on the plate. Get up. After all, if there are no surprises, with Lahar's understanding of the leaders above him for so many years, Ace estimates that after the misunderstanding about Ace's killing of Joseph is solved, he will be invited to become one of the top 10 magicians in the future. Ace. Lahar feels that if he waits a little now, it won't matter much. Things naturally became simpler. The response from the Magic Council was very fast. When they learned that Ace was willing to cooperate with the investigation, they quickly dispatched the agent of the Magic Council Intelligence Department, Doran Bart, to respond. Bart's magic is teleportation and memory, which can perform short-distance teleportation and long-distance teleportation. It is worth mentioning that although Dorabart is currently an agent of the Intelligence Department of the Magic Council, but he was actually a member of the Fairy Tale Guild, a spy of the Fairy Tale Guild who broke into the Magic Council. To be honest, the expression on Lin Cheng's face when he saw this place before traveling through time was quite exciting. The 2 proud young members of the council, Cheek Rain, one of the 10 great magicians, are Jalal's memories and Arusha, Jalal's spies who infiltrated the Magic Council. He is a member of Devil's Heart, a member of Devil's Heart who has infiltrated the Magic Council. The current speaker, Crawford Sim, is in cahoots with Hades Gate and is a spy of Hades Gate. The spy of Fairy Tale, Dora Bart, is simply a magical version of a winery from another world. Not only did Lin Cheng like Fairy Tale before his time travel, but he also watched Detective Conan. He was the most popular in Detective Conan. What Lin Cheng remembers most is the Black Organization's winery. Except for the gin itself, the other wines are either broken waste or other people's wines, which are simply pitiful. Chapter 44. P.S. Dang 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 dang, the author came here again to ask for flowers and votes. I beg all readers to reward the author with some flowers and votes. It didn't take long. Under Duran Bart's teleportation magic, Ace and Lahar quickly arrived at the headquarters of the Magic Council. The speaker of the Magic Council and the members gathered together early because of Ace's arrival. Kill and get away. Well, let me explain it first. Although I have explained it to Mr. Rahal once before. Ace interrupted Speaker Crawford. Looking at Speaker Crawford, who was about to slap him, Lin Cheng, who was actually controlling Ace, curled his lips and said, "It was the Joseph Society at the beginning. The one with murderous intent attacked me first, and attacked me twice in a row. The first time was the magic cluster cannon Jupiter, and the second time President Joseph used his strongest magic. Therefore, I was forced to fight back passively and accidentally killed President Joseph." After saying that, Lin Cheng glanced at the blue-haired man not far away with a standard smile on his face through Ace's perspective. Jalal's missing body. Ranked with no more than 50% strength. The ninth of the Holy 10 Magisters, Cheek Lin, is the young congressman. There is also the female congressman who stands next to Cheek Lin, looking only for Cheek Lin. Arusha. Surprisingly unremarkable. At this time, Arusha was looking at Ace with a slight frown. After the recent battle with the Akatsuki organization, Arusha now attaches great importance to both the Whitebeard pirates and the witch cult, much more than when he first received the news. Whether it was a murder for hire escape can be discussed later. This time our Magic Council is so mobilized, not just for the purpose of defining your crime. Speaker. Crawford looked at Ace, who interrupted him, his face darkened, and said, "First of all, it's about the forces behind Ace, the Whitebeard pirates." The Magic Council, as the uncrowned king on the continent, convened a meeting with all the members and brought Ace over. Naturally, it couldn't be for some trivial matter. Even if Ace had shown a terrifying performance that surpassed the conventional top 10 wizards, the warriors have reached the top 4 levels of the Holy 10 Great Magicians, and the strength of the 4 Great Kings of Ishgar is also the same. Oh! About the Whitebeard pirates. Ace raised his eyebrows. Things were a little more complicated than Ace or Lin Cheng imagined. That's right. The Magic Council is a symbol of justice. Responsible for monitoring various guilds and punishing guilds that violate the rules. Speaker Crawford looked at Ace, whose expression was a little too plain throughout, and said, "Currently, we have not actually collected any information about the activity of Ace and the Whitebeard pirates behind you. But now that you are here, I hope you can give us an answer, Ace. Are the Whitebeard pirates good or evil? Should we, the Magic Council, treat the Whitebeard pirates as a regular Magisters Guild, or as a Dark Magisters Guild?" After the words fell, the entire Magic Council hall became a little quiet. The moment Speaker Crawford finished speaking, all eyes fell on Ace. Everyone was waiting for Ace's answer. Some of them looked kind and anxious, that was the congressman who had a good relationship with Fairy Tale, and there were also interested looks, including Jalal's missing person, Cheek Lin. This thoughtful look made him curious about what Ace's final answer would be. However, the most important thing was the superior look. However, Speaker Crawford was very satisfied with the effect he had created. After thinking about his own power for a while, he was interrupted by a series of loud laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha. Sorry, I just couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ace looked at Speaker Crawford's somewhat ugly expression, and smiled a little apologetically. Actually, on the Great Sea Route where our Whitebeard pirates are located, there are always people who like to talk like this, like Mr. Speaker. To be honest, I don't hate Mr. Speaker talking like this. The Grand Line. Is there such a place as the Grand Line? Arusha frowned and quickly focused on the key words. On the other side, Cheekleen, who had always maintained a standard smile, also began to think. No one present had heard of the 4 words Grand Line. There may be something terrible behind this. That's how much time they saw, probably just the tip of the iceberg. Speaker Crawford is older, and his thinking is not as fast as that of Arusha and Cheekleen. But after all, despite his age, he is still calm. Of course, even if he couldn't keep his temper, someone would help Speaker Crawford vent it out. Soon, an old man who was also a little older and looked somewhat like a cat stood up and scolded Ace, "Be presumptuous. Do you know where this place is? This is the Magic Council." Chapter 45. Through Ace's perspective, Lin Cheng smiled disdainfully as he looked at the old man in front of him who was scolding him in various ways. He was somewhat impressed by the old man Lin Cheng in front of him. If I remember correctly, the name of the old congressman in front of me is Michelo. He appeared in the original Gate of Hades chapter, and his role was that of a bully who fears the strong. It was very easy to be scared to death by the 9 ghost gate jackals at the Gate of Hades. Of course I know this is the Magic Council. What I just want to say is that there is an enemy of our Whitebeard pirates on the Grand Line. The name of that enemy is the World Government, and there is an organization under the World Government that claims to be absolute justice. So, Mr. Speaker. Ace ignored Congressman Michelo, who was like a clown beside him, looked at Speaker Crawford, who was sitting on a high place, and looked down on him, and said with a smile, "Whether the Whitebeard pirates are for justice or evil is up to me. It doesn't seem important. What really matters is the Magic Council really ready to become an enemy of the Whitebeard pirates?" As Ace's words fell, the scene once again entered an absolute silence. At this time, even Representative Michelo, who had just yelled at Ace, felt obvious pressure. The man in front of him named Ace Guy. It seems that he is not ready to bow to the Magic Council at all. To be honest, the Magic Council has never thought about forcibly convicting Ace or becoming an enemy of the Whitebeard pirates, the force behind Ace. Meaning, from the beginning to the end, I was just preparing to suppress Ace's momentum and then talk about other things. Normally, no matter what I do, I need to go back and forth like this several times before I can completely overcome it. As a result, everyone present did not expect that Ace would be so reckless and looked like he was about to tear himself apart. Portkas de Ace. Do you know what you just said mean? Are you declaring war on the Magic Council on behalf of your Whitebeard pirates? Speaker Crawford looked at Ace and frowned deeply. At this moment, Speaker Crawford already vaguely regretted that he shouldn't have bargained with this young man like Ace. It's all set. We should be more direct and get down to business. It's enough to just invite Ace to become the 6th of the Holy 10 Magicians, replacing Joseph Pola's position. I didn't expect it now. Suddenly it was hard to get off the hook. Thinking of this, Speaker Crawford quickly winked at the several members not far away, signaling that he would play bad and they would play bad, and quickly calmed down the atmosphere of the Magic Council. We can't lose our dignity. We can only let several other council members create steps for themselves and Ace to go down. But it's a pity that Lin Cheng didn't accept this method. Originally, Lin Cheng was thinking about how to introduce a new plot in a reasonable way. Well, the purpose of coming to the Magic Council this time was to prepare to learn about my script settings and the division of major forces. I didn't expect that the Magic Council would be so understanding and want to give myself a chance. Interesting. Mr. Speaker. Ace glanced at the congressmen who were looking for someone under the steps, and said with a smile, "Just forget about hating me. If the Magic Council really wants to give it a try, you can give it a try. As for the question Mr. Speaker just asked, Are our Whitebeard pirates good or evil? I can answer, Mr. Speaker, the Whitebeard pirates are by no means just. It's getting late, so if there's nothing else to do, I'll take my leave. With that said, Ace turned around and walked towards the door of the Magic Council meeting hall. Don't let me go down the stairs at all. This is a bit difficult. Cheekleen smiled and looked at Ace, who turned away and turned his back to him. Cheekleen is not the only one who thinks so. The moment Ace turned around and left, everyone present knew that Speaker Crawford was about to explode. Then, Cheekleen set his sights on Speaker Crawford not far away. I'm afraid Speaker Crawford can't bear this tone. I don't know, how will Mr. Ace, who can kill President Joseph in an instant, compare with the senior Ulfheim, one of the 4 kings of Ishgar? Because of Ace's powerful strength, the Speaker of the Magic Council and all the members collectively summoned Ace. Naturally, it was impossible for him to lose any protective power. Although among the congressmen there is Chi Keelane, one of the 9th of the top 10 magicians with powerful combat power. But everyone has not forgotten that Ace was the one who killed the 6th of the top 10 magicians. Just a 9th of the top 10 magicians like Kaikarian, I am afraid there is no way to protect the safety of everyone present. Therefore, the Magic Council invited the 3rd of the top 10 magicians, the real top combat power, Ulfheim. Just to prevent some unexpected situations. It was obvious that Ace's lack of cooperation and even his quarrel with the Magic Council was an accident. Chapter 46. In the original book, the reason why the Fairy Tale Guild gives the Magic Council a headache is not only because Makarov is one of the top 10 magicians, but also because he is one of the founders of the Fairy Tale Guild. Warlord Zinken is the 4th of the 10 holy magisters and one of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar. Among the top 10 magicians, the gap between the top 4 and the bottom 6 can be said to be worlds apart. Even if the ranking gap between Makarov and Vlad is only 1, Makarov will be hammered by Vlad. Ulfheim, on the other hand, is one of the 10 holy magisters who is ranked higher and more powerful than Vlad, ranking 3rd. The A-level 2-star doll Ace can instantly kill Joseph, who is the 6th of the 10 holy wizards. Then Ulfheim can also kill Joseph instantly. Mr. Wolfheim, did you see it? Although I'm a little sorry, I still need to ask you to take down Mr. Ace. Looking at Ace's back as he turned to leave, Speaker Crawford's expression turned gloomy and said, no matter what, the Magic Council cannot lose any face. As Speaker Crawford finished speaking, an old man about the same size as Makarov, with his hands behind his back, leisurely blocked Ace's route. However, with Makarov, compared to her husband, Ulfheim's eyes are slightly sharper. Young people are really young and energetic. But even if you are young and vigorous, you still need to distinguish between occasions. Ulfheim looked at Ace in front of him and said calmly, this is not a place for showing off your temper. I still suggest that you control your temper and speak politely. Being able to defeat Joseph at such a young age is indeed impressive, but there are mountains beyond the mountains, and there are people beyond the mountains. One mountain is higher than the other. After saying that, a heavy pressure was vaguely felt from Ulfheim's body. This is the power that naturally overflows from the huge magic power that is ready to be unleashed. It represents that as one of the 4 heavenly kings, Ulfheim was already ready to fight Ace. So far, the only people who had witnessed Ace killing Joseph were Erudia. Everyone except Arusha, although they have heard that Ace killed Joseph instantly, they still have huge doubts about Ace killing Joseph instantly. Interesting. It seems that the Magic Council is really ready for an all-out war with our Whitebeard pirates. Everyone in the Magic Council seems to have some misunderstandings about me. Looking at the old man standing in front of him, the smile on Ace's face gradually disappeared. He used his index finger to push up the cowboy hat that had been pressed down a bit, revealing the same sharp eyes. From the beginning to the end, Ace's performance, his attitude has always been polite and courteous. However, fundamentally speaking, Ace has never been a good-tempered person. It was just because after his sworn brother Sabo had an accident, Ace wanted to take him with him. Sabo had to learn etiquette specifically to survive. Now, with repeated provocations, it was naturally impossible for Ace to continue to be good-tempered. "Forget it, let's sit down and have a chat later." Ulfheim looked at Ace, who was completely showing off his sharpness, and also smiled helplessly, and said, "As for now, let me see how powerful you are in killing Joseph in an instant." After the words fell, the whole hall shook violently. Ulfheim's legs moved and stepped, and the marble floor under his feet instantly shattered. His seemingly thin body actually contained huge power. In power. Under the reaction force, Ulfheim directly punched Ace's body, so fast that only Zeklane and Arusha could barely see some after-images of Ulfheim. The magic is Orcish magic, which is probably similar to Marajana's reception magic. However, after practicing to the current level of Ulfheim, I don't know how far I can get rid of Myra Jane. It is not a concept at all. Exists. Even though Ulfheim has not officially used magic, his power is already extremely close to the full-strength Myra Jane in the original work. It can be said to be quite terrifying. Is this the strength of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgard? Sure enough, just like the legend, it was an inhuman combat power that was completely different from the bottom 6 of the Holy 10 Great Magicians. Looking at Ulfheim's actions, a hint of horror flashed in Kaikarian's eyes. Zeklane roughly estimated the peak combat power he would regain after merging with his main body. I am afraid that there is still a considerable gap between him and Ulfheim in the end. At the same time, Arusha on the other side also looked at the scene in front of him, and his color changed slightly. Similar to Zeklane, although he had long heard about the terrifying strength of the top 10 magicians, even his own president Hades was afraid of him, but when he saw it with his own eyes, Arusha was still shocked. At this time, Arusha also completely understood why all the Dark Mage Guilds, as well as the 3 leaders of the Dark Mage Guild, the Gate of Hades, the Heart of the Devil, and the 6 demon generals were suppressed in the darkness. I dare not show up among them. Chapter 47. Not just because the Magic Council has the power of magical elves. It's no wonder that the Gates of Hades, the Devil's Heart, and the 6 demon generals would choose to form the Balam Alliance to jointly fight against the Magic Council. They are more afraid of the top 4 magicians in the Magic Council. Terrifying force. The old gentleman's strength is really terrifying. Ace looked at Ulfheim, who instantly penetrated his elemental body and said with a smile, "We were really close to being hit by the old gentleman." The old gentleman can still possess such terrifying power at such an old age, which reminds me of a somewhat terrifying guy. That guy is also very old, but he is still terrifying. He always beats me up every time. As he said that, Ace directly predicted the trajectory of Ulfheim's movements through his haki, grabbed Ulfheim's ankle, and threw Ulfheim heavily to the ground. Boom! The dull sound of collision caused the chandelier in the hall to sway slightly. The hard marble floor was shattered into pieces at the moment of collision. However, the next moment, Ulfheim seemed like there was no one there. He stood up again. Although he looked a little embarrassed, there were indeed no injuries on Ulfheim's body. The heavy blow that Chong seemed to have just had no impact on Ulfheim. Fun magic. Can the mage's body be turned into flames without substance? Ulfheim glanced at Speaker Crawford not far away, sighed, and said, "What bad luck. This happens to be the type I am least good at dealing with." As he continued to talk, Ulfheim's body began to gradually become bigger and thick hair began to appear on his body. An aura like a wild beast burst out from Ulfheim's body instantly. Originally, a look the little old man who looked somewhat amiable turned into a big man nearly 3 meters tall. This is the state of the orc in Ulfheim. Without any hesitation, Ulfheim is still the same as before. A punch was thrown at Ace's body, and Ace frowned slightly when he looked at Ulfheim, whose trajectory was almost the same as before. Ace instinctively felt that it would be the same as before. The elemental body would definitely not end well. Thinking of this, Ace stepped out in the direction of Ulfheim, and also punched the A-level 2-star Ace. The use of burning fruits has been improved, and the physical skills and 3 types of domineering have been greatly improved. The strength of the general level is not only good in one aspect, but also has no shortcomings in all aspects. The moment Ulfheim's fist collided with Ace's fist, blood-red light surged from Ulfheim's fist like a wave. At the same time, the same thing appeared on Ace's fist. The dark luster and armed domineering energy directly wrapped around Ace's arm, colliding with the blood-red light on Ulfheim's fist. For the starting point, he rushed around like a tide. As if it was a signal, Ulfheim and Ace officially fought. Boom! Bang 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 bang! Ulfheim and Ace's fists directly turned into afterimages in the eyes of everyone. Every collision can cause vibrations in the atmosphere, and every collision can cause rolling air waves, causing there was a roar in everyone's ears. The invisible air was blown away, and the airflow was cut off. The continuous collision between Ace and Ulfheim directly formed a numbing vacuum zone. A circle of shapeless fluctuations swept away in all directions, and the entire Magic Council meeting hall began to shake violently. Boom! There was another violent collision. Ace and Ulfheim collided together again. But this time the result was completely different from the previous close match. The armed domineering energy on Ace's arm directly shattered Wu. The blood-red light on Ulfheim's fists looked at everyone in disbelief. The orc-like Ulfheim staggered back a few steps, with a faint hint of red in his mouth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 25,487 emotion points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20,244 emotion points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 12,547 emotion points. It actually provides so much emotional value. It's just that the number of people watching the game is slightly smaller, otherwise, there should be a lot of gains. In the tavern, Lin Cheng looked at the system panel in his mind, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. At this time, through the previous scenes of Blackbeard's encounter with Ace, and the scenes of the Magic Council's battle with the king-level wizard Ulfheim, Lin Cheng had harvested more than 1 million emotional points. Overall, Lin Cheng was quite satisfied. After the emotion value exceeds 10 million, Lin Cheng can once again draw a doll with a guaranteed level of A. Chapter 48. However, similarly, Ulfheim, the third of the top 10 magicians and one of the 4 kings of Ishgard, is indeed more powerful than Lin Cheng expected. The 4 heavenly kings of Ishgard are the first 4 of the 10 holy magicians. The first is God Serena, who owns 2 Dragon King magic crystals and 6 ordinary dragon crystals. The second one is Hybalion, who possesses intermittent blood-sucking magic. The third one is Ulfheim, who is now a beastman and fights Ace, and the fourth one is Warlord Skinken, the elves, one of the founders of Tale. In the original work, the 4 kings of Ishgard did not appear in many scenes, but Warod's plot was slightly more. The most important plot is probably that the first god Serena defected and became the 12 shields of the Albarez Empire in the western continent, and the second, third, and fourth holy 10 magicians came to stop him. In the end, the 3 of them were killed instantly by god Serena alone. Because of this plot, Lin Cheng always felt that the last 3 of the 4 great kings of Ishgard had just that much fighting power. The one who really made a qualitative change was the first one, god Serena. However, today's encounter was somewhat beyond Lin Cheng's expectations. The fight between Ace and Ulfheim actually ended in a constant stalemate. Although Ace did not use the fruit ability, he only relied on his physical skills, armed haki and knowledge haki, to fight against Ulfheim, but similarly, Ulfheim also did not use his true strength. In other words, even if Ace is serious about it, he probably won't be able to capture Ulfheim quickly. Ulfheim definitely has the strength close to an A-level 2-star. As for the number 1 god, Serena, his strength is probably higher than that of Ace, a 2-star A-level player. Thinking of this, Lin Cheng sighed a little. Although the speed of earning emotional points was getting faster and faster, Lin Cheng also needed more and more emotional points. First of all, Lin Cheng needs to gather enough emotional values to upgrade Aizen Soyajik to the star. To upgrade an S-class doll from 1 star to 2 stars, the emotional value required is 10 times that of an A-class doll, and to upgrade an A-class doll from 2 stars to 3 stars, the same it is also 10 times as high as 1 star rising to 2 stars. Adding these two together, the emotional value consumed is 20 million. In addition, Uzumaki Nagato's star level also needs to be improved after other dolls are upgraded. If you want to change Uzumaki Nagato from A level 2 stars to A level 3 stars, this will require another 10 million emotional points. Drawing a new A-level doll, this is at least 40 million in emotional value. Thinking of this, Lin Cheng sighed helplessly. The second stage of the script did not involve too much villain content, that is, the witch cult, Whitebeard pirates, and Akatsuki organization slowly surfaced. If you want to be similar to the Akatsuki organization launching a world war of magicians or something, Lin Cheng feels that at least the fourth stage of the script is necessary. The first 3 stages of the script are generally in the foreshadowing stage. Today's young people are really amazing. Even if I am an old man, I have to accept my old age. Ulfheim returned to his human appearance, coughed twice, and said, "I'm afraid if I want to control you, at least that guy Serena will have to come. I think you're still too old." Looking at Ace, whose breathing had not changed much from the beginning to the end, a look of horror flashed in Ulfheim's eyes. Although Ulfheim did still have some trump cards that he had not brought out, but looking at an Ace's current state, he obviously hasn't used all of his power, so Wolfheim is convinced that even if he unleashes his strongest power, he may not be able to defeat Ace. The most important thing is that the relationship between Fulheim and the Magic Council is just a cooperative relationship. There is absolutely no need to fight for the so-called face of the Magic Council. The old gentleman is still very powerful. If the old gentleman really uses all his power, it will probably be very difficult even for me. Ace looked at Ulfheim, who had surrendered, laughed softly, then turned his head slightly, looked at Speaker Crawford, and said with a smile, "Mr. Speaker, can I understand now that the Magic Council not prepared here? Not ready to go to war with our Whitebeard pirates?" The veins on Speaker Crawford's forehead pulsed slowly. Everyone can feel the anger in Speaker Crawford's heart at this moment. However, Speaker Crawford said nothing in the end and fell into silence. As the third of the top 10 magicians, Ulfheim has already admitted defeat. This is the biggest trump card that the Magic Council can pull at the moment. Now that Ulfheim has admitted defeat, Speaker Crawford also knows very well that he no longer has any trump cards on his side. As for the so-called shocking weapon, Magic Elf Power. To use Magic Elf Power, even if Crawford is the speaker, he still needs the approval of the majority of members. Moreover, even if it could be used, it would not be used. Magical Elf Power has never been a weapon used against a single target. Once the Magic Council uses Magical Elf Power without authorization, I am afraid that the entire world will immediately protest. At that time, even the Magic Council will not be able to just go around. Chapter 49. It seems that you are not ready to go to war with our Whitebeard pirates yet. Haha, if that's the case, then I'll leave first. Ace looked at the silent Speaker Crawford, laughed twice, and then turned around and left. This time, no one said anything or stopped Ace from leaving. He waited until Ace left. After a while, the entire Magic Council entered an unusually quiet stage. Dismiss the meeting. Have someone renovate the hall. Crawford, as the Speaker of the Magic Council, is not a person who acts on impulse after all. After suppressing the anger in his heart, he just waved his hand and left the meeting hall. As for other members, naturally they would not at this time, there was nothing to do, so everyone left the scene consciously, but at the same time, everyone also knew that an organization that was probably more troublesome than the Balam Alliance was about to appear. It seems that the subsequent plans still need to be implemented as soon as possible. Before Kaikarian left, he took one last look at the scene caused by the battle between Ace and Ulfheim, and then left with a faint smile on his face without any change. As the speaker, there are many obstacles for Crawford to use the magical elf power, let alone Cheekleen, a member of the Parliament. Cheekleen must be more fully prepared. In the end, the Magic Council did not disclose what happened to Ace in the Magic Council. At the same time, Lin Cheng's second phase of the script can be considered a small end. Originally, Lin Cheng wanted to take this opportunity to educate the Magic Council about the three forces he fabricated, the Witch Cult and the Whitebeard Pirates. Organized by Xiao. It's a pity that the Magic Council was a bit jealous, so Lin Cheng could only put science popularization in the third script. Night. The faint moonlight cast a layer of silver gauze over the entire land. Igleia hugged her knees and sat quietly on the grass, looking at the scene in front of her in a daze. Every year, there are always a few days when Igleia is like this, quietly finding a place to sit by herself. Why are you sitting here alone? After finishing the business in the tavern, Lin Cheng walked to Igleia's side with a smile, lay down and said, "Do you feel like you should think of something again, but you can't?" Looking at the stars in the sky, Lin Cheng smiled softly. Having been with Igleia for more than a year, Lin Cheng naturally knew that Igleia always has so many stars in a year. The sky looks a little melancholy. Kindness. Hearing Lin Cheng's words, Igleia looked at the half-piece of phoenix stone hanging around her neck and snorted softly, and said, "I always feel that there is something I haven't done. It should be about such a stone, but no matter what I think, I can't figure out what I forgot. All I know is that this stone is called the Phoenix Stone and it is very important to me." Due to the loss of memory, Igleia has long forgotten her duties as a Miko. For the past 400 years, she has spent most of her time in confusion. Of course, in these 400 years, it's not like Leia didn't have a happy time, just like the happy days she is spending with Lin Cheng now. Igleia also experienced it in the long period of 400 years, but in the end the other party couldn't match time. Passed by and turned into a handful of Lois. It will be the same this time, right? In the end, I don't know when Lin Cheng will be unable to walk anymore and close his eyes forever. Looking at Lin Cheng lying next to her, Igleia was a little distracted. After Lin Cheng dies, I will probably wander around again. Before Igleia could continue thinking, Igleia felt a warm hand put on her head. I will not leave Igleia alone. Lin Cheng rubbed Igleia's head, which was a mess, and said after a while, "Let's go look for the other half of the stone. Maybe after finding the other half of the stone, Igleia will think of many precious memories. If Igleia wants to restore her memory, she must reunite the two separated phoenix stones into one." The reason why Lin Cheng is not currently planning to take Igleia to restore her memory is entirely because of the phoenix stone. After the two become one, they will summon the world-destroying beast phoenix, which was created by humans 400 years ago to destroy the world and perish together with the dragons 400 years ago. Currently, Ling Hung has S-level people. Even Aizen Soyajuk, but Lin Cheng is not sure about controlling Phoenix. Maybe when Aizen Soyajuk is upgraded to S-level 2-star, it is estimated that Aizen Soyajuk will be able to defeat Phoenix after he has the Bengaihu state. But if Phoenix dies, Igleia must also die. Phoenix and Igleia have a symbiotic relationship, so Lin Cheng plans to use more methods to restore Igleia's memory. Where the Phoenix Stone is, it's already mentioned in the original theatrical version. It's in a small kingdom. When the time comes, it doesn't matter whether Lin Cheng goes to get it himself or sends a puppet to act. Chapter 50. Just talk nicely. Why are you touching my head all of a sudden? Igleia moved away from Lin Cheng's palm with a blushing face. To be honest, Igleia actually enjoyed the feeling of being able to rely on Lin Cheng just now. However, Igleia is an old arrogant woman after all. So after reacting, he directly slapped Lin Cheng's palm away. Ha ha ha. Didn't he suddenly see Ikaria showing such a pitiful expression, and wanted to comfort Ikaria? Lin Cheng looked at Ike Leia, who had a slightly red face, laughed twice, and said, "Just like that little kitten." "What a kitten!" Ike Leia looked at Lin Cheng with a playful smile, and patted Lin Cheng again. Then Ike Leia once again put her eyes on the phoenix stone hanging around her neck, and said softly, "Life now is not. Are you already very stable? There is absolutely no need to look for a stone that you don't even know where it is. I think living a stable life in this small town is actually pretty good." At this moment, Ike Leia felt a little panicked. Lin Cheng's behavior just now made Ike Leia's heart beat faster. It can be said that if Lin Cheng was a little tougher, Ike Leia felt that she might. It really felt good to have a shoulder to lean on, as she didn't have to face it alone. Life here is just a temporary transition. When the time is right, I will sell the tavern and we will continue traveling. Lin Cheng said with a smile, walking around the whole world. Maybe somewhere, Ike Leia will find her lost memory, maybe. When Lin Cheng is almost ready, and is confident that he can suppress or seal the phoenix without destroying it, Lin Cheng is going to take Ike Leia with him to find the other half of the phoenix stone. Travel around the world. Ike Leia looked at Lin Cheng's face, a little distracted. Also late at night. Speaker Crawford sat quietly in his office. What happened during the day was a huge blow to Crawford, who was the president of the Magic Council. For a long time, because as the speaker of the Magic Council, when Crawford faced other magicians, including the top 10 magicians, would maintain the most basic attitude towards Crawford. Respect. Even if Speaker Crawford would sometimes give someone a slap on the wrist, the other person would have to follow up and show fear. However, today Speaker Crawford kicked the bucket. Not only did the opponent not give him any face, he was also able to defeat Wolfheim, who was the third of the top 10 magicians. You must know that the combat power of the top 4 holy magisters is at an inhuman level. They can instantly kill the bottom 6 holy magisters of Joseph's level. Not to say that they can be easily picked up is an understatement. Unexpectedly, in the face of such a terrifying existence, Ace could not fall behind, or even be defeated. In the end, he, who symbolized the face of the Magic Council, had to bow his head. Just thinking about it, Speaker Crawford felt a breath in his chest, and he couldn't swallow it no matter what. "Mr. Speaker. It's so late, haven't you slept yet?" Before Speaker Crawford could continue to think, the door of the office was gently knocked twice, and then Chicaline walked in with a smile and said, "Are you still thinking about what happened during the day?" "That's right. The only captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Portkas d'Ace." Speaker Crawford glanced at Chicaline, who walked in, and then said calmly, "There is also the Sin Archbishop of the Witch Cult, the Lazy Archbishop, who can fight with Ace. You know, the duty of our Magic Council is to monitor the world. If these organizations really exist, then how superficial is the world we knew before the Magic Council?" Speaking of this, Speaker Crawford's tone began to fluctuate significantly. It can be clearly seen that Speaker Crawford is already a little confused about what happened during the day. This is indeed a very serious problem. Although we don't want to admit it, our Magic Council knows too little about these newly emerging organizations. Cheek Aaron looked at Speaker Crawford with a tangled expression. The smile on his face did not change much, and said, "However, the reason why I came to disturb you so late is to tell you something related to this aspect. Mr. Teach, please come in first." As Kaikarian finished speaking, a burly man walked in directly. It was officially the Blackbeard Teach who had met Ace at Fairy Tale some time ago. Of course, the same thing happened this time. Blackbeard Teach is also not real, just an illusion created by Aizen Sosuke.